Mon Dieu, que ton esprit nous accompagne et nous guide dans notre travail pour le bien de tous, pour la paix et la justice sur notre territoire et pour la reconnaissance constante de la dignité et des aspirations de ceux que nous servons. Amen.
Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, as Minister of Justice, one of my responsibilities is to set the objectives, priorities and goals of the Territorial Police Service. While the N.W.T respects the operational independence of the RCMP, the intention of setting these objectives is to establish a broad strategic direction for the delivery of policing services in the Northwest Territories that incorporates the unique needs of our communities. Through past priority-setting exercises, the RCMP have been asked to place a focus on increasing public trust in policing services, working with partners to improve responses to vulnerable populations, being innovative in addressing community safety, and ensuring a culturally informed, safe approach to service provision. Mr. Speaker, the annual policing priorities have traditionally been set directly by the Minister. To ensure that I consider the diverse perspectives of the many unique communities in the Northwest Territories, and that this process is undertaken with transparency, I have invited the leadership of Indigenous, municipal and community governments to share their views with me on what is most important to their community when it comes to community policing services. As leaders in their respective communities, I know they are best positioned to share this perspective with me. Seeking their input reflects Cabinet's commitment to support and enhance our relationships with community and Indigenous governments and to promote community self-sufficiency. Their contributions in this regard will be used to guide the development of the 2020-2021 broad strategic direction that I will set for the RCMP. It is my intention going forward to engage in this outreach on an annual basis. These priorities help lead the RCMP and community leadership to develop annual policing priority action plans. This collaborative work supports the building of trust between RCMP members and the communities they serve, and formalizes the engagement efforts of RCMP detachment commanders across the Northwest Territories. The action plans are revisited annually and revised as necessary by the community and the RCMP, recognizing the shared responsibilities in addressing service provision. Through this process, communities have a direct role in making their community safer. I applaud the work that the RCMP and community leadership have accomplished together to enhance the quality of life in our communities. Mr. Speaker, few services have as direct an impact on our citizens as the policing services provided by the RCMP. Although we are very fortunate to be provided a professional service by a national police force and by a division dedicated to community policing, it is incredibly important that we ensure that service reflects the unique context of our territory. The ultimate goal we are all working towards together is safe communities where our citizens can thrive. I look forward to hearing and understanding the insights of community leadership in shaping the ministerial priorities for the 2020-2021 fiscal year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Justice. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I wish to give well-deserved recognition to Team Northwest Territories, who were scheduled to compete at the 2020 Arctic Winter Games in Whitehorse, March 15 to the 21st. At this time, as providing the decision to cancel the 2020 Arctic Winter Games due to the risk of the COVID-19 virus. The decision to cancel the Games was not easy, but ultimately doing what was best for the interest of the Northwest Territories, health and safety to those who were involved is indeed a priority. Mr. Speaker, it is truly unfortunate that there were no games. Team N.W.T still deserves our thanks and recognition. Mr. Speaker, I would like to provide members with some information about Team Northwest Territories. At the territorial trials, 746 athletes, coach and chaperones from 23 N.W.T communities were to compete for the opportunity to represent the Northwest Territories. Of the 344 were female participants and 402 were male participants. The 2020 Arctic Winter Games team consists of 355 participants, including athletes, coaches, mission staff from 20 different communities. In addition, 17 officials from across the Northwest Territories were scheduled to be involved. Team Northwest Territories athletes were set to compete in all 20 sports. The Team Northwest Territories also included a cultural aspect that was going to celebrate their culture and heritage. 17 Northwest Territories youth ambassadors were represented from all regions in the territory. Were also set up to go to Whitehorse as volunteers. The Northwest Territories Youth Ambassador Program has been operating in the Northwest Territories for 12 years and offered a guided and structured volunteered experience for Northwest Territories youth, the major territorial, national and international events. Participants have the opportunity to develop life and job skills as well as to build their confidence necessary to deal with complex life challenges. Mr. Speaker, everyone who is a part of Team Northwest Territories was going to the Arctic Winter Games had worked hard for many months, in some cases years, to prepare for these games. Team N.W.T is built with the collaboration of so many people who deserve our thanks: the volunteers, sports organizations, and the tireless efforts of parents. I want to say thank you to everyone for their efforts in the early morning drives, the long hours to practice, and the lessons in play and determination. We know the life lessons that involved in the sports teachings are very valuable. What we hope our young people take away from this difficult lesson is that reward and pride and accomplishment is in their journey. Mr. Speaker, I want to advise members that Team N.W.T will be refunded for their deposits to keep their uniforms. Unfortunately, due to the scope and the magnitude that goes into planning events such as these, postponing the games or holding alternative events is not an option. To close, I would like to extend my thanks to Doug Rentmeister, Chef de Mission, Mr. Damon Crossman, and Bill Othman, Assistant Chef de Mission for Team N.W.T, and the rest of the mission staff, as well as the Sports North Federation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister statements. Minister statements. Member statements. Member for Thabatra.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the Minister of Justice statement and respect it, but there are gaps in the system. Mr. Speaker, in my 13-plus years in leadership, I have constantly brought up the lack of enforcement in the drug trade in the community of Fort Smith. Members of the community have approached me on numerous occasions over the years and have stated that they have gone to the RCMP with pertinent information about suspected criminal activities taking place in the community, but feel that nothing becomes of it. Mr. Speaker, there has not been a large drug bust in the community in about 20 years. Everybody knows who the drug dealers are. I have spoken about this problem at various Denny leadership meetings and with the present leadership of the RCMP. And there has not been marked difference or positive results regarding this whole problem. Illegal drugs have inflicted our community and have brought many bearings on many families and must be addressed. The RCMP has a job to do. And as an MLA and leader of this community, I expect them to do their job. Mr. Speaker, there has been a sign that has gone up and down in Fort Smith and on the internet, right underneath the welcome sign, which reads, the sign that says, "Welcome to Fort Smith." And this is what the sign says: Fort Smith jobs, wanted, coke, crack, and meth dealers. The dealers we have are overworked and make too much money. The RCMP are okay with dealers and don't do anything about it. Residents shut their mouths, apply with the RCMP, and then they give the RCMP phone number, 872-1111. Mr. Speaker, seeing this type of signage, especially directly underneath the town's welcome sign, is totally unacceptable. This message just underlines my point about the lack of policing enforcement in relation to the illicit drug trade. Even the drug dealers know they can get away with their criminal activities because of the RCMP inaction. Based on this sign, dealers are literally laughing at the system that is supposed to enforce the rule of law and rein in on their criminal activities. I will have questions for the Minister of Justice later today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Sabacha. Member statements. Member for Hayer-Versailles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the majority of businesses operate in the North are mostly small businesses, and they are exactly that, small businesses. Most of the contracts for these small businesses would be government contracts, and primarily with the N.W.T. Housing Corporation or the Department of Infrastructure. Small businesses operating in regional and isolated communities face hardships and costs associated with doing business. In the N.W.T., labour costs are generally higher than our southern counterparts. Although unemployment exists, these businesses experience labour shortages due to social policies that force local residents to turn down work. Businesses must then import workers, which result in higher project costs. Small businesses also rely on barging, winter roads, and air transport for delivery of material and equipment. This can make or break a small business if there are delays and payment is not timely. Mr. Speaker, within GNWT, and no matter which department, our northern businesses expect to be treated fairly and with respect. Every so often, we'll find a department or a government employee who, for one reason or another, strays from this practice of fairness. To give an example of where fairness is paramount would be the placement of a contractor on a suspension list, which may or may not be for legitimate reasons, or for that matter, be based on factual information. I know the use of suspension lists are a practice of both the N.W.T. Housing Corporation and the Department of Infrastructure. Being placed on a suspension list with the GNWT could result in the business being forced to close down. It may result in layoffs of local employees. It may result in families going without financial resources to put food on the table or pay basic living costs. Mr. Speaker, as it is this government's practice to place northern business on suspension lists, as such, I would expect that this government has policies in place that establish a fair and objective process with reasonable criteria in place. A decision such as this must incorporate factual information and or circumstances from a person who is qualified to provide such information. The circumstances surrounding suspension must be clear and unambiguous, and the business must be provided due process in a timely manner. A northern business being placed on a government suspension list can immediately bankrupt the small business, the very reason we need fairness and opportunity for due process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Hayer-Versailles. Member statements. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, preparing for the coronavirus in small communities. Mr. Speaker, I'm reluctant to talk about the coronavirus in second day in a row because it's important to let the people know not to panic, but knowing that good plans are in place to help reduce panic, so that's what I want to focus on today. Knowing that yesterday the World Health Organization confirmed the coronavirus outbreak is a pandemic. There's 149 cases in Canada today. There's no universal definition. There's 3 general criteria of the pandemic, Mr. Speaker. A virus that can cause illness or death, sustained person-to-person transmission, and evidence of spread throughout the world. Yesterday's announcement sent a signal to many countries to shift focus on trying to stop the spread of the virus, trying to slow it down. In some countries, containment is not realistic and point. However, the remote location where our communities could take advantage of that, Mr. Speaker, and stopping the spread. We need to be clear. Communication from this government today about the illnesses and what are we doing as the N.W.T. to confront this illness, Mr. Speaker. My phone is blowing up from my mayors in regarding when are we going to start hearing from our municipal and community affairs I want to know, are they going to pull, where are they going to put all the people if there's illness in the communities, Mr. Speaker? Is the government want to know what is the government considering on closing the highways or halting travel or checking people at the main airport in Edmonton or here in Yellowknife before they go north? Will be more healthcare providers put in the community, and when? How is Health and Social Services marshalling respirators to send into our communities? How will the food supplies to get into our communities if there's sustained outbreak, Mr. Speaker? They also need to know, when can we trigger the emergency plans that can we do that now, or can we have to wait until people are getting sick? We have to be proactive, not reactive, Mr. Speaker. Plans that we need, emergency plans that have to get acted on. As I said, because of the remote location, we might still be able to stop the spread of the virus in our communities, but we'll have to take action fast, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement.
Thank you. The member seeking unanimous consent to conclude a statement. Are there any nays? If there are no nays, you may conclude your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I want the Deputy Premier to provide assurances that Health and Social Services and MAC are working together on emergency plans for the coronavirus that will be communicated to the public as quickly as possible and be proactive, not reactive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for N.W.T. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Mumfway.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a bridge, decade bridge. Tagon ayu zanke got there for the. India August 14.
Just 1 second.
August. Oh, sorry, I wasn't on English. I'd like to apologize for that, Mr. Speaker. Okay, I got it. Okay, I got it.
Okay, good.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
I'd like to talk about the bridge, the French Channel Bridge. Mr. Speaker, last August, the territorial government announced that it had secured 32 million contribution from the federal government national trade, and also a $10 million contribution will fund environmental assessment. And also, I'd like to talk on this issue, Mr. Speaker. And I need who get
$30 million contribution from the federal government and the National Trade Corridor Fund. This contribution, coupled with corresponding $10 million from the N.W.T, to fund the environmental assessment and planning for a slave geological transportation corridor. The planning component of this $40 million investment will, along with other things, bring the first section of corridor to a shovel-ready state.
It keeps cutting out. Maybe we'll check with, is everything okay? Okay, if we could start over, please. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I'll do it for a third time. Mr. Speaker, last August 14th, the territorial government announced that it has secured a $30 million contribution from the federal government's National Trade Corridor Fund. This contribution, coupled with a corresponding $10 million from N.W.T, to fund environmental assessment and planning for the slave geological transportation corridor. The planning component of $40 million investment will, among other things, bring the first section of corridor to a shovel-ready state. Mr. Speaker, that section is running from the end of our existing Highway 4 to Lockhart Lake. Mr. Speaker, the previous government is to be commended for acquiring a federal support for the slave geological corridor. However, Mr. Speaker, it is regrettable that the territorial government has not had the same success with the Frank Channel Bridge, which the Minister of Infrastructure acknowledges is in dire need of replacement. Mr. Speaker, which is also the subject of the application for National Trade Corridor funding. and which is vastly more critical to the people of this territory than the slave geological corridor. It's ironical, Mr. Speaker, that without the Frank Channel Bridge, slave geological transportation corridor won't see a single truck axle, won't carry a single stick freight. That is, of course, Mr. Speaker, because one must cross the Frank Channel Bridge in order to reach that corridor. Mr. Speaker, this department's cart before the horse logic makes me wonder. Mr. Speaker, if the Minister's department has given sufficient priority to Frank Channel Bridge, it makes me wonder also, perhaps this department has been too busy pandering the whims of mining industries than providing the real meat and potatoes infrastructure needs of our people. Mr. Speaker, I will have questions for the appropriate minister at the appropriate time. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Mumphy. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Tunade-Welde.
Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to share some remarks regarding the ongoing situation on COVID-19. And I just want to add to a little bit of what my colleague from N.W.T had already said regarding that it is a pandemic, yes, and that we need to be proactive as a government. But I want to remind everybody, the general public, that there have been 0 confirmed cases of this virus in N.W.T to date. And officials within the Department of Health and Social Services have remained adamant that the risk of contracting this illness in N.W.T remains low at the present time. As well, our territory's Chief Public Health Officer said just yesterday during a press conference that the N.W.T has already been treating the situation as a pandemic for 2 weeks. So I want to make sure everybody puts their mind at ease that, in my writing, that our territorial government is actively monitoring the situation and responding accordingly. However, Mr. Speaker, for all people in N.W.T, they must remain vigilant and be cognizant and accepting of the fact that cases of this COVID-19 could very well occur in N.W.T. And this is a fluid situation that continues to unfold and change on a daily basis. As of this morning, Canada had 1 death, and along with 149 confirmed cases of this virus, spanning across 7 provinces. And as of this morning, this has resulted in dozens of planned public events being cancelled or postponed across the country and around the world. And as a precaution measure to try and limit this spread of this virus. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, there was a travel advisory by our government for non-essential workers to not leave the territory, and I advise that our Indigenous governments and our industry should follow suit as well, just to help contain this problem. And yesterday, our federal government has responded to the outbreak by responding with a $1 million spending package to help our country's healthcare system and economy cope with this outbreak. And about half this money is being transferred to the provinces and territories directly prepared to react to this virus. Overall, Mr. Speaker, I just want to reiterate that to the public that this is important to remain calm and not to panic. As a territory, as a country, as a global community, we'll hopefully get through this together. I will have questions for the Minister of Health and Social Services afterwards. Must show, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Tunade-Welde. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think every day there's more and more reminders that we are living in an increasingly globalized world, and whether it be a pandemic or the crashing of oil prices, we are not immune from global forces, Mr. Speaker, none of which is greater than climate change. And Mr. Speaker, I increasingly think it needs to be stated that we are not doing enough, nor is any other government. Consistently, scientists are reporting that we will not meet our targets. I'd like to speak to one aspect of climate change adaptation that I think we must take swift action on, Mr. Speaker, and that is food security. Consistent reports have said those who will be affected first by food security due to climate change are those in rural areas, those on low income, those who are already food insecure. I don't believe I have to tell this House that that falls to many of our people. No one in this House would deny the importance of food security for the North. In fact, our mandate includes increasing locally produced food as a priority to ensure. And as we face the challenges of adapting to climate change, Mr. Speaker, it is key for us to be swift in our attempts to build a network of food producers in the North. Mr. Speaker, the key to any agricultural endeavour, whether crop or livestock, is land. Mr. Speaker, we currently have no leasing process which is regulated specifically for agricultural purposes in the North. Most jurisdictions around Canada allow you to apply for agricultural land at a small cost in order to promote the industry. In fact, the Canadian agricultural industry is largely subsidized as a recognition of the importance to a nation's sovereignty in having locally produced food. Mr. Speaker, typically agricultural land gives you a number of benefits, including allowing you to reside on that land, allowing you to have dwellings for caretakers. We do not have that set up in the Northwest Territories, Mr. Speaker. The agricultural strategy identifies land as a key pillar to success of our agriculture industry and identifies that the N.W.T will establish and review land use tenure policies and procedures around this. I'm glad to hear this, but I am afraid that we are moving too slowly. The Department of Lands is going to take years to do this work, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Lands is at the middle of a Gordian knot that is land use in the Northwest Territories. There is an overcomplicated process and we need to simplify it. I believe if someone comes to us wanting to produce agricultural land, the first thing should be, how can we make this happen swiftly and now? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll have a question for the Minister of Lands.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm continuing with my Justice Issues Theme Week. The Yukon is piloting a new approach to the overrepresentation of Indigenous people in corrections. The Department of Justice there is funding a 3-year pilot program to train people to write what are called GLADU reports. A GLADU report provides detailed information about the offender's background, including time spent in residential schools, in the care of child welfare, family and community history, as well as struggles with mental health and addictions, essentially accounting for the traumas and tragedies of colonialism. The reports are named after a Supreme Court of Canada decision given 20 years ago, which asked judges to consider unique factors when sentencing Indigenous offenders. A GLADU report is a piece of a toolkit for the courts to consider when sentencing the offender. The intention is to encourage the consideration of restorative approaches to sentencing rather than jail time or fines. During the first year of Yukon's pilot program, GLADU writers produced 37 reports for use during sentencing. Mr. Speaker, what is new here is that the Yukon has formalized the production of these reports. Instead of someone doing them off the side of their desks, there is now a group of staff experienced in writing the reports. Further, the reports have been standardized so that the information is consistent and readily available to the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, there are some noteworthy aspects to the Yukon's pilot project. First, it's collaborative. It includes both the Yukon Legal Services Society and the Council of Yukon First Nations. Second, there has been a focus on training Indigenous people as report writers because of their innate understanding of the context of the convicted. Third, the cost of the pilot project is $530,000 over 3 years. To me, this is a reasonable investment considering the higher cost of jailing offenders and continuing the cycle of trauma. Mr. Speaker, there is no equivalent to the GLADU reports in the Northwest Territories. Pre-sentence reports are written by probation officers and focus on risk and risk management. In short, they serve a different purpose. Mr. Speaker, I'll have questions for the Minister of Justice. Masi.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our youth are our future and we need to ensure that we hear what they are saying because the decisions we make today will affect them when we are no longer here. We continue to hear from our youth and we need to be mindful when making decisions that we represent them when we are here in this House. Although many of these youth cannot vote, they are looking to us to ensure that as N.W.T. residents, they are being heard and listened to. I will therefore read the youth of the Beaufort Delta Declaration on Climate Change, as well as table the document in this House today. Our climate our Arctic Beaufort Delta Declaration, made on March 8, 2020. As the youth of the Beaufort Delta, we are one with the land, the water, and the animals. We stand up for what we believe is right and consider the future of our environment, while trying to understand the past and carry forward and value the knowledge of our ancestors. We recognize that climate change is a world problem. However, the rate of change in the north is much more rapid. Our region is a preview of the effects of climate change. The climate crisis affecting every aspect of who we are. Our communities need to be less economically driven and more environmentally driven. We can't escape our changing climate, but we can adapt. We don't control our environment, but we are part of it. We need to ensure that we have effective resources in order to implement our ideas for change into action. We encourage collaboration with the intent of creating a sustainable future. We want to ensure we as youth and our future generations of youth are able to maintain and expand our connection to and respect for the environment. We are trying to set a sustainable and well-cultured example. Our voices of youth are powerful and valuable, and we need to be heard. Climate change is an overwhelming subject, and it is hard to fight the lack of hope. We will work towards our goals even if they won't be achieved in our lifetime. We are resilient in the face of challenges we encounter. And they were Madison King-Miaktuk, Helena Cockney-Goose, Kata Kunert, Kyla Goose, Sienna Gordon, Devonna Kasuk, Nicholas Cockney, Olivia Langasuk, and Ariel Lute. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Nuvik Twin Lakes. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Last week I raised some concerns around the continued funding for the Northwest Territories Surface Rights Board. There are some great people on the board and their work seems reasonable, but there are zero disputes that have come forward in the 7 years since enabling legislation was passed. In light of this, I question the need for such a body. It also entrenches the antiquated free entry system for mineral rights acquisition, a regime that seems out of step with even the Mineral Resources Act that was passed by the last Legislative Assembly. The Harper government's Bill C-47, so-called Northern Jobs and Growth Act, lumped together a number of land rights agreements implementation provisions, including the Northwest Territories Surface Rights Board. N.W.T's Surface Rights Board Act simply mirrors the federal legislation provisions, including setting mining as the highest and best use of the land. Mining trumps any other land use, even Aboriginal rights-based use. Landowners or users are only entitled to compensation in the event of a conflict, and the Northwest Territories Rights Board duplicates and overlaps with existing provisions for surface rights and access dispute resolution. If N.W.T needs to explore ways to modernize this legislation, it should do it in consultation with Indigenous governments and should be along the following lines. The Surface Rights Board should have the power to deny access where and when appropriate. The legislation should not apply within municipal boundaries, and municipalities should have the ability to control or prohibit mineral rights acquisition within their boundaries. Access should be reinterpreted broadly to include air-only access through the use of aircraft. The board should be given the power to require financial security to ensure compliance with its orders. A co-management model should be adopted in terms of the board composition, where Indigenous governments appoint half the members, and the board should have the discretion to hear from those other than the parties to the dispute. I'll have questions later today for the Minister of Lands. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if a child broke their arm, we would immediately take them to the doctor, where they would have an x-ray, a cast applied, and given pain medication. But what happens when a child's injury is mental and not physical? First, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the work being done by organizations like the Rainbow Coalition of the N.W.T and Foxy Smash. However, recently I learned of the journey of a child travels when they disclose mental health challenges. A family was contacted by an adult at their child's school advising them that the child had disclosed intent to self-harm and a plan to end their life. As you can imagine, Mr. Speaker, this was devastating for the family. The parent called the primary care clinic to request an appointment with a counselor. As Yellowknife residents know, same-day appointments are highly sought after but rarely found. Next, the parent called a local private therapist. They could see the child in a month at a rate of $200 an hour. The parent again called the primary care clinic and insisted on seeing a family physician. The family physician identified the child as urgent, meaning that the child would be seen by both a counselor and a child psychiatrist. Mr. Speaker, this is what the journey to care looked like from the perspective of the child. First, the child told their story to an adult, a brave first step. Second, the child told their story to the family physician. Third, the child was expected to tell their story to the intake counselor before they would then, if found to be in need of mental health support, share their story with the counselor. Fifth, Mr. Speaker, this child would speak to the child psychiatrist, intake nurse, and then as a sixth step would see the child psychiatrist. All while the parent assured the child that they are important, that they matter, that they have a place in this world, and that yes, the adults are listening. The wait times children experience while working their way through a 6-person triage is not realistic or responsive, and to be honest, Mr. Speaker, the family never made it to territorially funded mental health care. Because just as we would not expect a child to continue through life with a broken, we expect them to heal without mental health supports. Mr. Speaker, expecting anyone, let alone a child, to share their story 6 times is not care. We must review our mental health triage processes, and we need to ensure that mental health is accessible and responsive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Member statements. Member statements. Returns to oral questions. Returns to oral questions. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I have visitors. Thank you. Thank you for coming. I have like to welcome Tony Lucas Sr., Donna Kugak, thank her for bringing down my pages from the community of Sax Harbor, and my pages Tony Lucas Jr. and Rylan Esau for working so hard and helping us here in the Assembly in the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize my constituent from Yellowknife North, Arlene Hache, here with us today. It's always good to have visitors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Hayerverse North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to recognize a couple of pages who are returning, Ms. Charlotte Booth and Mr. Jose Toussaint. I want to thank them for their help this year and last year as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Hayerverse North. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize Paige Alexander Ramsey, who's with us today in the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Welcome to the Chamber. If we've missed anyone, I hope you are enjoying the proceedings, and it's always nice to have an audience with us. Thank you. Acknowledgements. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, COVID-19, 145 cases in Canada to date. I need to know the Emergency Measures Act was updated by the last Assembly to the N.W.T, overhauled its emergency plan. Besides, the planning is underway right now to give the residents of the Northwest Territories, especially the small communities that we represent, Mr. Speaker, direction on how the government is handling this outbreak. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Member for the N.W.T. Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the novel coronavirus COVID-19 has been declared, as we're aware, a pandemic by the World Health Organization and requires enhanced public health and emergency preparedness. So what the member is asking, what is the government doing to prepare? So the N.W.T has a territorial planning committee, which is leading broader, all of a government approach, emergency response planning to address potential disruptions and essential community, regional, and territorial services and support.
The Health and Social Services Emergency Operations Centre has been fully activated to permit the health social service system to coordinate rapid planning in advance of a Northwest Territories outbreak. The Chief Medical Public Health Officer is leading the public health preparations and surveillance and providing subject matter expertise to the health and social service system and the N.W.T on pandemic planning requirements. The N.W.T COVID-19 pandemic planning guide and checklist is guiding the health and social service system preparations. The health and social service authorities are planning for a surge in cases that may affect regular delivery of health services. Decisions around deferring the delivery of non-essential health services may be made as necessary. Staff have received fresher training on infectious disease protocols. The Northwest Territories receives routine updates from the Canadian Public Health Office officials on suspect and confirmed cases reported in other parts of Canada and the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Premier. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what are the plans to assist small communities for the pandemic? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for N.W.T. Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Health and Social Service and Municipal and Community Affairs are providing information, guidance, and support to community and Indigenous governments. The department will continue to share information necessary for their planning efforts. The local and regional authorities, governments, agencies, businesses should be finalizing emergency readiness plans in light of the potential for a COVID-19 outbreak. An outbreak in the Northwest Territories could impact community services and may increase the need for basic supplies as well as water delivery, sewage pump out, and to facilities to the homes. Organizers of these events and gatherings should assess their plans, recognizing this is an evolving situation that may require rapid decisions to protect health and well-being of our residents here in the Northwest Territories. We know that community members will band together and support each other in the event of the COVID-19 if it reaches their community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Premier. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is MACA doing outreach to the municipal and community governments in our 33 communities across the territory in regards to what's happening with COVID-19? And are they being able to, when are they able to start their action plan, emergency plan? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, the departments are working together, and there was a meeting yesterday. My colleagues here have just informed me that plans are underway, and you know, our departments and the Northwest Territories, we take this serious, and we're all working together as a department to ensure that messaging and information to our communities is done and it's immediate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Premier. Final supplementary, member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the Deputy Premier, does the N.W.T have plans to stop highway travel, or are we checking the drivers? Are we stopping any aircraft in regards to being checked in Edmonton or here in Yellowknife, checks pre-screening before they head north for the safety of our citizens? Because if this COVID-19 hits our communities, nursing stations are not going to be able to give aspirin and Tylenol to send them home. This has to be dealt with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for N.W.T. Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm sincere with the members' concerns. I mean, you know, I'm from a small community as well, and, you know, in preparation for our week coming up, we will be going home. And, you know, we, as a government, are looking at, this is fairly new, and we've been planning, and there are measures being taken within our departments to ensure that we have safeguards in all of our communities, all 33 communities in the Northwest Territories, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Premier. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Mumfway.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member statement.
I spoke earlier, I talked about the Frank Channel Bridge earlier today. I also talk about the federal government is talking about the possible road to the mines. The minister of, we have a lot of ministers. The minister that is here, the Minister of Finance, my question is directed to the Minister of Finance.
The spending on the list, critical slave geological transportation corridor. Mr. Speaker, I have questions for, I guess we have to juggle with the department, but I'll ask the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, could the Minister of Finance please explain how the slave geological transportation corridor took precedence over one simple bridge project on which a corridor usefulness is entirely based on? Mr. Speaker, I'm referring, of course, to the replacement of the Frank Channel Bridge. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member from Mumfway. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are any number of projects that are constantly being evaluated across the Northwest Territories, and it's not that one takes precedence over another. There's a number of factors that go into evaluating these projects and a number of factors that go into evaluating which projects are supported. Ultimately, this particular project, I understand that money was sought from the National Trade Corridors Fund, and that kind of funding would support and assist in moving the project forward. So as far as any specific reason why that project might have been denied or put down in the list, I'd have to get back to the member on that, other than to say that there's a recognition that there's any number of projects and they would all like to be advanced, but we're going to simply have to distribute those resources one project at a time sometimes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Mumfway.
Mr. Speaker, that leads to my next question and about being transparent. Mr. Speaker, I want to see for myself if this minister's department has given sufficient weight on Frank Channel Bridge replacement project. With this in mind, could the Minister of Finance, working with her colleague, Minister of Infrastructure, please provide historical data comparing her department's submission milestones, application timelines, intergovernmental meetings relating to, Mr. Speaker, Frank Channel Bridge and the Slave Geological Transportation Corridor. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, the member raises quite an exhaustive list of items that are being requested, some of which, to the extent that they are involving other governments, may not be items that I can directly disclose. What I would suggest is that I certainly will arrange for a technical briefing in conference with the appropriate standing committee and ensure that I work with the members so that as much information meets with the requests that are being made here in order to prepare for that briefing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Mumfway.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, obviously I'd like to see some sort of a correspondence between the federal government and our territorial government. There's been a lot of discussion on this subject, even from previous government till today. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm asking the Minister of Finance to table this in the House, her departments, and also Minister of Infrastructure's department, most recent proposal for federal national trade corridor funding respecting the Frank Channel Bridge replacement project. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I anticipate that application was made by Infrastructure, so I will certainly be in contact with the responsible minister and ensure that we work together to put to the House what we can, what is disclosable and appropriate, and so that we can ensure that we are being transparent and that we continue to move forward in applying for whatever funding is available for all of the many infrastructure projects that are so necessary, including the Frank Channel Bridge that the member is speaking to specifically. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Mumfway.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my final question obviously pertains to the process. When I spoke to our MP, Michael McLeod, a couple months back, he was also asking about the proposal, the bridge, the Frank Channel Bridge, if it was submitted. I just want to ask the Minister of Finance if there was a submission made for Frank Channel Bridge with the federal government, the corridor funding. And if I can get some sort of correspondence pertaining to that, Mr. Speaker, I would really appreciate it. Merci.
Thank you, Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I will personally look into this and see what the status of any applications are. I don't know offhand, but it's not a new project and it is an important project, so I will look into it and see that I respond directly to the member and that any information that can be tabled in this House, that we do so this session. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Tuna-Day-Welde.
Mr. Speaker, I had some questions for the Minister of Health and Social Services. Just to some follow-up questions from my colleague from N.W.T. Can the Minister comment if she has worked with our federal Minister of Health on this, on a plan to battle this the virus, and if so, how much, what resources are being committed to the territories? Mr. Cho.
Thank you, Member for Tuna-Day-Welde. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the federal government announced a $500 million, and I think what the member is asking is how much of this money will we receive here in the Northwest Territories and the provinces, and is this amount sufficient? We are pleased that the government has announced, the federal government has announced this funding. We have heard from the Federal Minister of Health that this funding is just the beginning of support, which is great, because, I mean, that's not a lot of money. We are currently working to identify areas where funding can support us and how much we will need to do this. Officials in my department are working to prepare a list of our needs and finalizing proposals, and we are expected to complete this by tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tuna-Day-Welde.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you from the Minister for her response. That's encouraging. My next question is, this might fall into the Minister of Finance's purview, but hopefully the Minister of Health can answer this. Is will the Minister be extending any additional sick day benefits for residents who may need to take some time to work off work to self-isolate? Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member for Tuna-Day-Welde. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member is correct. It should go to the finance, but however, we've been briefed in Cabinet, and there is an email that was sent out to the employees yesterday informing them of some of the questions and answers. And one of the questions that was asked was according to the N.W.T policy, employees experience symptoms of cough, fever, difficulty breathing, experiencing those symptoms and waiting for test results for or have been diagnosed with the COVID-19 will have access to sick leave with pay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tuna-Day-Welde.
Mr. Speaker, and probably the biggest question that I think I have on here is in terms of our public institutions. Is the Minister, are there any plans in place to close schools, community halls, and other workplaces? Mr. Cho.
Thank you, Member for Tuna-Day-Welde. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at this time, we are not considering closing any public institutions. There are no confirmed cases of COVID-19 here in the Northwest Territories as of a few minutes ago, and if there was, I'd be the second to know. So there are no cases here. As a result of that, we are not planning on closing down any public institution. However, as a precautionary measure, our government is enhancing surveillance for the COVID-19 to include those individuals who present flu-like symptoms within 14 days or have traveled outside the Northwest Territories. The best precautions, however, are to what we've been communicating. If you're sick, stay home. If you have flu-like symptoms, stay home, monitor yourself, practice safe hygiene and respiratory practices. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary member for N.W.T.
Mr. Speaker, and I heard the Minister as well mention that there's some committees, there's some plans in place. My main concern too is for some of the smaller communities too. Will there be any sort of a compensation if in the event it ever goes down this road, if there's a lockdown, to help out with food and rationing and that sort of thing? Once you're done, compensation, I guess, is where I'm going with that.
Emergency plan, yep.
Emergency planning.
Thank you, member for N.W.T. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're not aware of compensation yet. I think we're still in the planning stage. Northwest Territories COVID-19 pandemic planning guide and checklist is guiding our system preparations. The Health and Social Service authorities are planning for a surge in case this may affect regular delivery of health services. As we prepare to respond for a potential pandemic, there are certainly risks that we will face. We are planning to address these risks even as the situation changes quickly. These areas our plan is preparing to respond to and what will be reflected in our proposal to the federal government to help support and provide us with funding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions are for the Minister of the N.W.T. Housing Corporation. Earlier I spoke about suspension list for contractors. I'd like to ask the Minister, does the N.W.T. Housing Corporation have a suspension list for contractors in place? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for River South. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are very few suspensions in the Northwest Territories. We do have a list that we do keep, but we do also try to work with our contractors to get them back into good standing, so we are able to further more business with them, and we try to educate them through the process as well too. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister indicated that there was only a few on there. Could you tell me exactly how many is on that list? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for River South. Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have that information in front of me as to how many contractors we have on suspension right now, but I really want to emphasize that we do try to work with our contractors so they do remain in good standing with the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation. I could request from my department to provide a list for the members riding of the contractors that the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation does do business with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister how is it determined if a contractor should be placed on the suspension list? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is determined by the service that is provided, and if the contractor defaults in the projects that are put forward, but we really try to work with the contractors in depth to make sure that they are successful in receiving the contracts that they do receive from the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every contractor deserves due process. And I'd like to ask the Minister, can the Minister supply me with a copy of the policy or legislation that sets out the process and criteria for determining whether a contractor is to be placed on the list? Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Haver South, Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Northwest Territories Corporation administers through policies. I will direct my staff to find this policy that identifies the defaulting contractors, and I will provide that information to the member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, my first question for the Minister of Justice is, partnerships and relationships with the RCMP are important in small communities and regional centres. I'm proud to say I have a positive relationship with the commander of G Division and the local members of the RCMP at our local detachment. Enforcement in the drug trade is also important. Would the Minister relay the message to the Commander of G Division of the concerns of the community of Fort Smith and the constituents of Thabacha?
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, absolutely. As I quite coincidentally was speaking about policing priorities, one of the roles I have is to develop policing priorities that guide the unfolding of policing services across Northwest Territories. So I've certainly heard that today. And do intend, as I said earlier, to take that into account when developing those priorities. And perhaps, so yes, absolutely, I will reach out to the commander of the detachment. We have regular meetings, but I'll also engage with the member more to ensure that, that there's input about these concerns when I'm developing those priorities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, would the Minister consider asking the commander of G Division or his or her designate to meet with the community leaders of Fort Smith to address this major problem that is inflicting many members of our community and affecting family life?
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Mr. Speaker, I can certainly add the concerns raised here and indeed perhaps provide a copy of the Hansard of this member's statement to the detachment commander to ensure that they're aware of those concerns that are being raised and encourage them to do what they can to engage directly. But I can also, Mr. Speaker, ensure that when we have meetings and engagements with communities, including with the community of Fort Smith, that I too am also being made aware of exactly the concerns by the community members directly from them, so that we can continue to address them throughout the course of the next few years by the Department of Justice as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, would the Minister consider that the commander of G Division or his or her designate meet with the two schools in Fort Smith to address the dangers of illegal drugs and the consequences of getting involved in the drug trade and the use of these substances?
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, as I've said, I'll certainly be raising with my counterpart at the RCMP or with my colleague at the RCMP the concerns being raised on behalf of Thabacha. I know that going into the communities and going into the schools is a significant part of the work that the RCMP does. They spend a lot of time and a lot of effort making sure that they are continuing to be engaged in exactly that fashion. And I'm confident that they will continue to do that. And Mr. Speaker, I can also say that on the part of community justice, which is within the Departments of Justice, that we can look to what is happening with our Community Justice Committee in Fort Smith and ensure that they are making best efforts and all efforts to be engaged in the community and to reach out exactly as the member has described to the youth in the community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, Member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, would the Minister ensure that the Commander of G Division makes it a priority for the members of Fort Smith Detachment to make enforcement of criminal activity in the drug trade a priority?
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not in a position to say what the police priority action plans will be that are developed between the RCMP and a specific community, but again, I can certainly look at the policing priorities that are developed on the ministerial level and then we'll certainly have engagement again with our RCMP and to speak to them about the concerns that are being raised. I'm confident that when they go through their own process with the community, that it's a direct engagement. I've asked them in the past about that process and wanted and sought insurance that they are developing their community policing action plans in a timely fashion and with direct engagement from the community. So I'll continue to have those conversations with the RCMP, and I'm confident that certainly from the detachment level, they also recognize the importance of that direct community engagement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are for the Minister of Justice. As I said in my statement, the Yukon government is piloting a program to train Indigenous people to write Gladue reports. The purpose of the report is to inform the court of the background and circumstances of an Indigenous offender so that courts have consistent information when considering sentencing. My question is, has the Minister given any thought to funding a report writing program like the one being piloted in the Yukon? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister responsible for Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, we have given thought, and I've personally given thought to whether or not we can fund that. As the member is aware, Gladue report writing's purpose is to provide better information to the courts so that they can make better decisions, and decisions in a way that respect somebody's Indigenous heritage, but also respect sometimes the systemic issues that impact an individual when they come before the courts. And the ultimate purpose of that, Mr. Speaker, is to reduce the over-incarceration of Indigenous people in Canadian prisons, particularly in Northwest Territories prisons. So ultimately, while having given thought to whether or not this is a direction we want to go, at this time our focus is on other ways of actually achieving that same goal and putting those resources towards achieving that same goal in other ways. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Minister, member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that was an intriguing answer. So can the Minister tell us what other equivalent ways she's looking at reducing Indigenous representation in the justice system? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Justice will be doing some strategic planning when session is over. So during the course of that, one of the priorities that we have that's been a personal priority for me is to achieve some movement in terms of the over-representation of Indigenous people in prisons. There's ways of doing that by increasing our community engagement, by increasing community justice programming, by looking to diversion programs, by truly avoiding people going into the jail system in the first place, by, for example, reducing the amount of people that are in remand. So there's a number of levers that we can pull, and those are all going to be levers that we are looking to see what changes we can make both quickly but also systemically over time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, any and all attempts to reduce Indigenous representation in the justice system and in corrections, I think, are welcome. I see the potential in Gladue reports, and I hope that the Minister will include this in her strategic planning session. Could I have that assurance, please?
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, more information doesn't hurt. More information is better. And certainly we do need to ensure that the reasons that bring people before courts are fully understood. I have personally seen the difference that can make in the course of a court proceeding. So yes, I will certainly ensure that the consideration is given to whether or not full Gladue reports can or should be included and whether resources should be directed in that vein. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the Minister for that. One of the intriguing ideas about the Yukon example is that it's a collaboration between the Council of Yukon First Nations, Legal Aid, and the territorial government. I encourage the Minister to have some research done into that program to see how it may be beneficial there. Is she able to make that commitment? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to meet with my colleagues from the Yukon at First Minister's meeting that was held not long ago, and we had a very good conversation about a lot of initiatives that are happening at the Yukon right now. Indeed, some of our alternative courts were modelled after systems back in the Yukon, so I can certainly assure the member that those exact conversations with that jurisdiction will continue and that we will both continue to share best practices. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Twin Lakes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My questions today are for the Minister for Housing Corporation. Can the Minister tell me whether or not they have a way to triage their housing waiting lists, knowing that in my community there's 80 single people on that list? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Twin Lakes. Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hear the member's concern about the waiting list, and it is an ongoing problem throughout the Northwest Territories, and going forward I will be working with my staff and trying to establish a way of how are we going to work with the people on the list and look at the differences between if the people are on income support or if they're on the public housing list. It's very complicated, and I need to pay a lot of close attention to understand why our waiting lists are so high, and I will be working with the member going forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that response. So just the commitment that I'm looking for is to take a look at that list in my community where there's people that have been on there for like I said, 6+ years that I've actually dealt with. And I know, and after speaking to the Minister of EC&E, that policies have changed, and maybe they've been sitting on that list all this time, not knowing that policies have changed in income support. So will the Minister commit to reviewing that list, going through that list, and possibly working with the Minister of EC&E to ensure that clients that are on that list that could be supported by income support get some help? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Twin Lakes. Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for her question. Like I said, the housing list is a huge concern for me as the Minister for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation. Going forward, I want to look at an assessment of the list that is currently throughout the Northwest Territories. I want to assess that list, and I want to work with my colleague, Minister for Education, Culture and Employment, and try to look at solutions going forward and looking at our policies and seeing where we need to amend our policies in order to be more effective in the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just if you could provide the list or the checklist or triage list, or how people get, because I always hear they get points, and the more points they have, then the faster they'll get a unit. So if you could provide that kind of a document that the LHOs are using to score clients, that would be great. So it would help us, to be able to work with clients that are coming to us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Twin Lakes. Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I will look at that list, and I will provide that to the member. I want to do an assessment and to look at this issue that we do have with the Housing Corporation, and it is very honestly very concerning. And I do see that we have some people that have been on the waiting list for years, and I need to change that. I need to start working with the Northwest Territories and with my employees at the LHO level, and starting to find and identify solutions on how we are going to strongly program, deliver, and strongly work with our clients in the smaller communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sir, final supplementary. Member for
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reason I bring this up as well is that we do have the homeless shelter, and the Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corp is the minister that's responsible for homelessness. And the people that have been living in our homeless shelter have been there for years, you know, and so this is kind of like there's no movement in there. So people transition into private accommodations or anything. So maybe that's another area where she has staff in that department that can look at the people that are living there transitioning into, if they can transition into support by income support into other, to make room for more people in there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Minister of Housing.
Speaker, yes, we, as the Housing Corporation, we need to find stronger solutions. We need to find stronger initiatives to work with the people that are in our communities that are experiencing the homelessness, and we need to find stronger ideas on how are we going to be working with them going forward and exercising the programs and services that the Government of the Northwest Territories currently has. Going forward, I will be working very closely with the member and looking at solutions that will honestly probably affect the rest of the Northwest Territories and finding solutions on how we're going to work throughout the territory as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. My questions for the Minister of Lands. In my statement earlier today, I outlined a number of issues or problems with the Surface Rights Board Act. These problems included the board's inability to refuse access, application of the legislation within municipal boundaries, air-only access, use of financial security to ensure compliance, composition of the board, and allowing the board to hear from others than the parties to the dispute. These are in addition to the fact that the board hasn't actually been asked to resolve any dispute in 7 years. Can the minister tell us whether any of these issues or others have been raised with the department? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Surface Right Board is a land claim obligation in the Gutchen Final Agreement and is referenced in the Sawtooth and Cleacho agreements. Mr. Speaker, the department has not heard from any IGOs or other governments or organizations about issues with this board presently. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. During the review of the Department's 2020-21 main estimates, the Minister committed to look into the need to continue the Surface Rights Board, and I've got that answered here. This is a very helpful commitment because the legislation itself contains no provision for any kind of review. Can the Minister tell us how he intends to carry out this review in consultation with Indigenous governments, the N.W.T? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of Lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the main estimates, I did make a commitment that we should look at this board, and we did. One of the things we did was examine the land claim agreements, and I can confirm the Surface Right Board is a land claim obligation in the Gutchen and is also stated in the Sawtooth and Cleacho agreement. This board is actually fully funded by the Government of Canada, so we have an obligation to have this board in place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. The Minister is right. There are provisions in the agreements for the board, and there is 1 year of funding, apparently, 1 year of funding. But many of these issues that I've raised about application within municipal boundary, use of financial security to ensure compliance, these are not inconsistent with what's found in the agreements. But Mr. Speaker, I actually participated in the review of the original federal legislation. There was very little support for it at the public hearing in Yellowknife, except from the mining industry. Will the minister commit to engaging Indigenous governments and the public, including the mining industry, during the review of the Surface Rights Board Act? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of Lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we haven't, as the request, right now we haven't heard anything from the Indigenous government. We haven't heard from the mining industry. So right now,
We haven't heard, besides our member here, and I appreciate his work that leading up to this, but right now we haven't heard anything from him. I can reach out to the 3 land claim agreements to see if they have concerns with it, but right now we're not going to review this because it's an obligation in the agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. There are provisions in the agreements for interim arrangements as well in the absence of legislation. This legislation was forced on us by the federal government, and I think it's time that we looked at it. Look, this board has been in place for 7 years, not one dispute. That's, I don't know, over $2 million spent on this work and no disputes to resolve. So can the Minister give us a schedule for the review that he is committed to undertake on the Surface Rights Board Act? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister of Lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I said, we have not heard anything from Indigenous governments on this concern. We're under the process that we will review this if there's a new land claim new land claim is settled, and we would actually start the process then. But I'm willing to work with the member to see how we and the committee can work to start this process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said earlier today in my statement, presently there is no such thing as an agricultural lease in the Northwest Territories. So my question to the Minister of Lands is, when can we see agricultural leases in the Northwest Territories?
Thank you. Minister responsible for lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, presently people wanting agricultural leases need to apply through commercial activity. This work that Lands and IT are currently undertaken will address agricultural activities. So right now we're working on it, but presently they would have to go through the Commercial Lease Act process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I quite often hear that Lands is working on things, but I rarely hear that Lands has completed things. The issue with going through the commercial lease process is you cannot live on a commercial lease. And if you're going to farm, you should probably live there, Mr. Speaker. So my question is the Minister willing to review the commercial leasing process to see if agricultural people can live on the land?
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Minister of Lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've heard this concern from the member and other people in here. In the long term, we don't allow that, but in the present, what we're encouraging people to do is to actually apply for residential leases besides the commercial lease for the land so that they can live beside the land right now. But we are in the process of trying to work on it, and the process takes some time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't often like to refer to the Yukon as doing things better than us, but I can tell you what a proper agricultural land system looks like. In the Yukon, if you live on a piece of land for 7 years, they give it to you for free in fee simple. It's not a lease. You get to own that land if you're willing to put it to agricultural lease or agricultural use. Now, I think this is perhaps too much to ask the Department of Lands to look at something like that, but when we are looking at agricultural leases, can we look at the pricing and make this as cheap as possible for those willing to start agricultural businesses?
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Minister of Lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Yukon has a great process, and I can't argue about that. But we also have land claims processes, so we got to remember we got to respect Indigenous rights as we move forward. However, in hearing the members speak about this and that, we are actually working on that. We are trying to make that part of the regulations. We're dealing with it. Presently, I'd just like to point out raw land is already low. It's set at $800 per hectare, or for territorial land, 5% of assessed value for commissioner's land. And again, like I said, the pricing for the review of this land or this process will be part of our Public Land Act and regulations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do look forward to the implementation of the Public Land Act and finally having one piece of land. I think it is a huge step that will help us deal with the issues of finally getting the outstanding land claims settled. My question is, though, for the Yellowknife Periphery area, I have the Ingram Trail on it, and I have no shortage of constituents complaining about the Department of Lands and the lack of planning and the kind of mishap way that we've rolled out leases in that area. In regards to agricultural requests that have come from constituents, can the Yellowknife Periphery area plan look into agricultural use? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Minister of Lands.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, that's part of it. It's part. We also got to understand that there's high demand for recreational leases, and that's part of the plan moving forward. So, and we're working on it, and I will keep the member informed as we move forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we know that mental health supports are not one size fits all. So I'm wondering how the Northwest Territories Health and Social Services Authority educates Northerners about their mental health treatment options. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, information is available on our mental health supports and services can be found on our department's website. The department also uses social media, including the Northwest Territories Helpline Facebook page, which promotes health and mental well-being, as well as service options. All health and social service professionals can also refer individuals to mental health supports and services. We know that we need to do more and use more different approaches. The department's mental health, mental wellness and addictions recovery action plan commits to engaging with residents to ask them about how they want to receive information about mental health and addiction services and supports. So the engagement is ongoing and the results will be used to inform new approaches. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that frontline staff will be part of developing that action plan. As N.W.T employees receive help through something called the Employee and Family Assistance Program. This program allows employees to access legal advice, financial advice, and it also allows them to access mental health support. So I am wondering, given that this is something that is exclusive to N.W.T employees or employers that have the funds and the means to supply their staff with this type of programming, does the minister agree that the general public has a lower level of access to mental health supports in the Northwest Territories than N.W.T employees?
Member for Kamloops, Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we all agree that we need to do a better job in providing access to mental health services. It is a priority for this Assembly and an issue that my department takes seriously, and we are currently working on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sir, oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to hear that. Will the Minister of Health and Social Services look into broadening their mental health support network to include private counsellors to reduce wait times and increase consistency of care for Northerners suffering from mental health challenges? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Mr. Speaker, currently at this time our department is not looking at including private counsellors into the service delivery model. We had a look at it, and using private counsellors would be extremely expensive. For example, two, possibly 3 times the cost for employing our own counsellors. Our approach to reducing wait times is a seamless care pathway that we are making sure people are matched with the right level of service to ensure more timely access. So what I'm aware of in reading my briefings and meeting with staff is the wait times for counselling do not exist in most communities. Wait times are mainly an issue in Yellowknife and Hay River. Wait times are tracked in communities where they exist and follow up with people on the wait list every 3 weeks to ensure that they still need the counseling and that their level of risk has not changed. A main part of this, I do want to expand that a main part of this work is to improve access to counseling by adding the same day walk-in appointments as well as other options like e-mental health apps. These types of efforts have been shown to have dramatic impacts on our wait times in other areas of the country. This work is underway and as we speak and is on track to be implementing this spring 2020. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm trying to think of how to reduce this to one question. I feel that I acknowledge that the cost is high to work with private contractors, but when you have a high suicide rate like we do in the Northwest Territories, that cost is much higher. The risk of losing more youth to suicide in communities or in Yellowknife is, you can't put a number on that. So I'm thankful that the department is looking at it, but I feel that I disagree with the minister here that we do have wait times, and having a child identify that they're suicidal and waiting 3 weeks to 3 months is not okay to receive mental health care. So I'm wondering if the minister will commit to working with NTHSSA to identify a responsive triage mechanism that allows us to see Northerners in a much quicker manner, and would potentially review that process with collaboration from members on this side of the House. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, counseling requests are triage based on risk. If a person is at a higher level of risk, for example, suicidal, they are not subject to the wait times, and they are seen within a day or two. Our approach to reducing wait times in the seamless care pathway, we are working to make sure that people are matched with the right level of service to ensure more timely access. So the goal of this is to improve access to mental health services, but it's also focused on how we match people to their services. The seamless care pathway approach is about offering the service that best meets the needs of the person. This program is overseen by the Department of Finance. Oh, sorry, no, that's not, it's our department. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Haverhill South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess these questions will be for the Deputy Premier. We know that COVID-19 has been declared a pandemic. We know that it's affecting the health of the people, and we know that there's going to be a cost to our healthcare system. But there's also a cost to the economy as well. And I'm wondering if this government has considered how it can support businesses during this period. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Haverhill South. Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there was a question that came up earlier about what the government is doing in terms of okay, with my colleague's support here. Yes, the government of the Northwest Territories will be looking at some of those options. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Premier. Member for Haverhill South.
Got money?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't really want to put the Deputy Premier on the spot there. I didn't give her these questions up front. But will the Deputy Premier relay to the rest of the Cabinet the importance of addressing any potential impact to business and determine how we can lessen any impact? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Haverhill South. Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member is asking questions about some money and what the government is doing as a result of that. So I'd like to just defer the question over to my Minister of Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Premier, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, obviously this is an evolving issue, but I can certainly assure this House and assure the people from the Northwest Territories that the Department of Finance has been looking both at our finances and looking at the impact on the economy here, and been involved on national calls with the Federal Minister of Finance and my colleagues across the country. So it's an issue that is being looked at both here and nationally. We've been involved, and I'm confident that as the federal packages are being rolled out, that they're being rolled out knowing what the potential situation and impact would be on the economy here in the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Haverhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The other question I have is that I guess there's some suggestions here on how to help, and one of them is to reduce our small business tax or eliminate it. It's currently sitting at 4%, and we'd like to see it down to at least 1% or eliminate it. There's one option. The other thing we should be looking at as well is we do have businesses out there who do have loans with from government lenders, and we could look at the interest rates, and we could also look at deferring the payments during this period. Third one there is we got to make sure that any businesses are being paid in a timely manner. They can't be waiting for businesses or for payments for the work they've done. And I'd just like to get a commitment from whoever wants to answer it, I guess, that Cabinet will look at that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Haverhill South. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the member is now stuck with me. Absolutely, I can certainly, as I said in my first response, it is an evolving situation. I think a lot of people are saying that across the territories, across the country, but it's an evolving situation about which all leaders and all politicians and all governments are being very actively engaged. So there have been calls between first ministers, calls between other departmental ministers. I know I've had 2 separate calls with first ministers and ministers across the country, dealing with all variety of issues, impacted industries, dealing with from the health, dealing on emergency preparedness, and Cabinet is engaging every morning on this. So there's not only a whole of government response, there's a whole of government's response. And I appreciate the members' suggestions. I would certainly commit to taking those and looking at them. I know we've already at the Department of Finance started to look at what the impacts could be, modeling different scenarios in order that we can be able to respond now and not respond after the fact. So yes, I give that assurance and we'll continue to do that work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Final short supplementary. Member for Haverhill South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I thank the Minister of Finance for that. And I just like commitment from her that she will keep this side of the House updated on the economic side of COVID-19 as well. Thank you, Madam or Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member for Haverhill South. Minister of Finance.
Yes, so Mr. Speaker, economic impacts, as I've said, the economic impacts of COVID-19 will be determined depending on what happens with the actual virus and as it evolves. As impacts may not be uniform across the country and they might not be uniform across Northwest Territories, but a lot of the governments across Canada right now are introducing budgets right now or about to do so. So in some ways it's good timing. We're at the early stage of our fiscal year. We have a lot of flexibility. We have the flexibility to respond, and we will be able to do that, and we'll be able to keep this House and all the members appraised of what we are doing and how we're doing it as we become more aware of what the information is and what the impacts are. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague from Hay River seemed to be getting some good answers there. So I believe the Minister of Finance has kindly agreed to take questions on behalf of ITI and infrastructure. So my question is, can we remove Walmart from the business incentive program?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the business incentive program is, I expect, going to be part of much larger reviews that are taking place between multiple departments being involved in terms of doing that. So I'll take the member's question forward to the relevant lead on those reviews. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. The time for oral questions has expired. Written questions. Written questions. Returns to written questions. Returns to written questions. Replies to Commissioner's address. Replies to Commissioner's address. Petitions. Petitions. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of standing and special committees. Reports of standing and special committees. Tabling of documents. Member for N.W.T. Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to table our climate, our Arctic, Beaufort Delta Declaration, March 8, 2020. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for N.W.T. Lakes. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Notices of motion. Notices of motion. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I give notice that on Monday, March 16th, 2020, I will move the following motion. I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Hay River North, that notwithstanding Rule 4, when this House adjourns on Friday, March 13th, 2020, it shall be adjourned until Tuesday, March 24th, 2020. And further, that at any time prior to March 24th, 2020, if the Speaker is satisfied, after consultation with the Executive Council and the members of the Legislative Assembly, that the public interest requires that the House should meet at an earlier time during the adjournment, or at a time later than the scheduled resumption of the House, the Speaker may give notice, and thereupon the House shall meet at the time stated in such notice, and shall transact its business as it has been duly adjourned to that time. And, Mr. Speaker, at the appropriate time, I will be seeking unanimous consent to deal with this motion today.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Notices of motion. Notices of motion. Motions. Motions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to deal with the motion I gave notice of earlier today.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. The members seeking unanimous consent to deal with the motion with us today. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Hay River North, that notwithstanding Rule 4, when this House adjourns on March 13th, 2020, it shall be adjourned until Tuesday, March 24th, 2020. And further, that at any time prior to March 24th, 2020, if the Speaker is satisfied, after consultation with the Executive Council and members of the Legislative Assembly, that the public interest requires that the House should meet at an earlier time during the adjournment, or at a time later than the scheduled resumption of the House, the Speaker may give notice, and thereupon the House shall meet at the time stated in such notice, and shall transact its business as it has been duly adjourned to that time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. The motion is in order and non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Notice is a motion for the first reading of bills. Notice is a motion for the first reading of bills. First reading of bills. Deputy House Leader. Or Government House Leader, sorry.
Deputy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Nunavut Lake, that Bill 3, an act to amend the Public Highways Act, be read for the first time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Government House Leader. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Oh, sorry. Motion's in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Bill 1 has had first reading. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration in Committee of the Whole of bills and other matters. Table document 30-19 brackets 2, main estimates 2020-2021. Table document 43-19 brackets 2. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditure, number 1, 2020-2021. By the authority given to me as Speaker by motion 1-19 brackets 2, I hereby authorize the House to sit beyond the daily hour of adjournment to consider the business before the House with member for Nivik Lakes in the chair. Thank you.
Is this my book? I call the Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of committee? Member for Tunaday Willaday.
Masicho, Madam Chair. Committee wishes to consider table document 30-19, bracket 2, 2020-2021 main estimates to conclude the N.W.T housing portion and to address the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs. Mr. Cho.
Thank you, Member for Tunaday Willaday. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. We will take a short recess. the committee back to order. We have agreed to consider table document 30-19, 2 main estimates 2020-2021. And we're continuing on with N.W.T. Housing Corp from yesterday. So I will ask the Sergeant at Arms to escort the witnesses back into the chamber. Minister. Minister's got no eyes. Minister, if you could introduce your witnesses for the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the right of me, I have Mr. Carpenter, and to the left, I have Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Minister. We left off, so we'll start where we left off. We are going over programs and district operations, beginning on page 372 with information items on page 374 to 376. Questions? Are there any questions for the program and district operations? Seeing none. Well, member for Hay River South.
I'll just shoot on the, just go on the fly here. Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to the South Slave District, how many technical advisors do we have there? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member for Hay River South, Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have 1 in Fort Smith and 2 in Hay River.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there any consideration to add any positions in Hay River? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would have to do an assessment of the volume of work that is done in that district, and I would have to verify if there is a need for another position. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mine's along the same sort of lines. Can someone tell me where all the technical advisors are located and whether there's been any changes in positions in the or proposed in this year that's coming up? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister.
Madam Chair, currently right now we do have technical advisors in each of the regional offices, and going forward, looking at the changes that we may have, that we have hopefully. Like I'd have to look at the employment numbers that I have. I want to make sure that they're all staffed, but we normally would have 2 in each district. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Have there been any? Is there any changes proposed in the? Like I'm looking at the active positions, page 375. It doesn't look like there's any changes in staff from last year to the proposed year. Are there any changes in technical advisor positions? Or thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The member is right. There is no changes in the amount of technical advisors that we do have, but going forward and looking at the amount of infrastructure that we might be working with and looking at the renovation of the homes that we do have, the public housing units, I will be looking at that and reviewing to see if there's a need for additional employees required. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think the page 374 outlines contributions in a number of areas. Is this money then that flows from the Housing Corp to the local housing organizations, the LHOs? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. These programs are not, I just want to be correct, did the member mention local housing authorities or or the district offices? Can he please clarify? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake, can you?
Thanks, Madam Chair. So where does can the minister tell me where does this money flow through to? Because it's listed here as contributions. Is this to third parties? Is it to the district offices? Is it to the LHOs, the local housing authorities? Where does the money flow to? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Member, for, I just needed to understand that question. The money flows through the district offices. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Okay, thanks, Madam Chair. So if it flows to the district offices, is it coming from the Housing Corporation and then it's given to the district offices? It just seems like a kind of a weird way to set this up. Usually the contribution pages in the other departmental budgets are where our government is providing money to a third party. But this is to the district offices? Is that correct? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, that is correct, and we also provide funding to the local housing authorities. The Housing Corporation is a unique, I want to say, a unique setup, I guess. We do have the local housing authorities, we do have the boards, we do have the district offices, and we also have headquarters and in the office of the executive. So the money that is flowed through is for the district operations, and I really want to be clear that we have the district operations and we also have the administration of the public housing units. I hope that clarifies. I hope the answer was fine. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think I'm just getting more and more confused. Why? So we've got on 373, I see allocations to a number of district offices, and then there's sort of a programs development and implementation, then a vice president's office. Why is this listed as contributions on this page? Does any of this money actually flow through to third parties, like entities outside of the Housing Corporation? Thanks, Madam Chair. Well, sorry, if I can, Habitat for Humanity is obviously a third-party organization. Does any of this other money flow through to third-party organizations? Or is it all administered by the district offices? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know it might seem quite kind of confusing to understand, and just the way that I understand it and the way that I work with the budget that we have is that we have a lot of housing programs that are very unique. We have housing support initiatives that do include the third party as well, that we're looking at the community level, where the community advanced charter communities, Indigenous groups, or stakeholders are wanting to go forward and program deliver. For For an example, I just want to say very quickly is that if we had a, we needed stairs and ramps and doors replaced, I'm looking at a third-party opportunity is that I would look at the bands or the bands and the stakeholders, I guess, in the smaller areas, that we would work in conjunction and provide funding at a proposal setting, I guess. At a proposal setting, if the project costs $50,000, I would like to work with that third party where they would program deliver within that community. I will have Jim elaborate on this a little bit more for more clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so the way the budget is structured under the program and district operations activity here is that the programs that are being administered by the district offices are classified according to how the budgets are allocated to the districts. So within the districts, we would have the grants and contributions budgets being administered. We would have the contract services budget as well, and the other components as well being allocated out at the start of the year to each of the district offices. They would then administer those various budgets. And as I said, within those budgets is the grants and contributions allocations, and they work with third parties, clients, organizations to administer those programs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. As I said, I just keep getting more and more confused here. So all of this money on page 374 flows through from the district offices to third parties? Is that what I believe the Mr. Martin said? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So how could I explain this? That we, as the Housing Corporation, we have funding that is available. We have the district offices according to the programs that we deliver. Each district office would be delivering programs that are identified. We would flow through the money from headquarters into each of the districts equally, depending on the amount of programs and services that they would require and need. And then they would deliver those programs on behalf of us at the executive level. I'm going to have Mr. Carpenter elaborate on that a little bit more. I hope that makes sense, but if it doesn't, please keep on asking those questions so I can make sure I get through to the member. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. All of those items, program items listed under contributions, those are funding that, as the Minister indicated, goes directly to our district office who delivers those programs. The one that kind of sticks out a bit is the Habitat for Humanity. That's a budget we set aside because they've been expressed interest in doing one or two programs in the territory. So we have that budget set up. We're hoping to do that. Once we get an indication which communities those projects will take place, we'll funnel that particular budget down to those district office to work with that with Habitat for Humanity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think I'm going to have to go offline because I still don't understand the way that this is set out or accounted for. These are programs that are administered through the Housing Corp. It looks like the money flows through the district offices, but it doesn't quite sort of add up with money on the previous page. Yeah, I just don't, maybe it's too late in the day or something. I just don't understand this. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Just one moment. Minister for N.W.T. Housing Corp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really want to make sure that I answered this question correctly. So, is the member looking at the compensation and benefit? I mean, the grants and contributions for each of the district offices that he says does not add up to the number on page 374?
Member for Frame Lake, did you just want to clarify Or did you?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think I've spent the last 7 or 8 minutes trying to understand what the relationship is to the contributions listed on page 374 to the line items on 373. And I haven't gotten to the bottom of it in a way that I can understand it, and probably with the minister and her assistants there, I'm not going to get to the bottom of this in the next 24 hours. I'm going to have to go offline and ask them to better explain this. Thanks, Madam Chair.
All right, we'll move on then. Member for Trinidad Willowday.
Madam Chair, I'm looking at page 374 as well. And I just want to make a quick comment on this. This is one of those items that I get a lot of complaints with from people in my constituency, especially in things accessing things like SAFE program and CARE. And it's just frustrating because a lot of times there's barriers such for things like land tenure and whatnot. But I'll start with my questioning now. And I know that for SAFE programs such as SAFE and Seniors Aging in Place retrofits and repairs, there are 10,000 each. And to me, sometimes that's just not enough for a lot of repairs that happen. Anything that happens is really expensive in home for a lot of our units. So I'm going to ask the minister, has there been any recent reviews of these programs to change these amounts to make it a little more, to increase this amount to help those that have some barriers to get these programs? Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am familiar with the question that the member is asking about, and I do understand that, land tenure and insurances do cause barriers for our program delivery. So going forward, I am going to be doing a review of the current programs that we do deliver. I do realize that the cost of material and the cost to get these improvements complete and done in a timely manner, and also to be acknowledged in the applications for rejection or approval. But I would like to see majority of them approved and going forward. I'll just have Mr. Carpenter elaborate on this a little bit more. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we set up our emergency repair program and they're under securing assistance for emergencies, we set that and that limit for true emergencies, such as when a common one is when people don't have heat. In terms of looking at the amount of money available for homes that need larger amounts of monies for repair, the minister has directed us to look at that. So where you'll see probably change, positive change for the programming is under our major repair program, and that's a contributing assistance for residential enhancements, CARE. We're working as hard as we can to make that change, and we wanted to let the members know today that we anticipate positive change coming soon in that area. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Member for Trinidad Willowday.
Yeah, much, Madam Chair, and thank you for the response. And looking at this a little more too, there's reading between the lines here. There's I just mentioned about things like barriers such as insurance and land tenure, and I looked at the fuel tank. I know, coming from the insurance background, a lot of risks when they're assessed by a lot of these insurance companies. If you live in a place like Hay River, Fort Smith, or Yellowknife, the insurance rates are reasonable. And they're really dependent on how close you are to, say, the fire department. But if you live in a place like Lutzelke or, even Detta is considered outside that range, insurance rates skyrocket, and it's just simply not affordable. If you want to, say, protect your assets, if you own your own home and you would say we go down this road of like, yes, we'll have own ownership programs, and yes, finally I got my home, but you got to worry about insurance in small communities. If it's stifling because it's already the cost of living is so high already, and you're going to ask somebody to pay $3,000 to just rent to insure the home for a year is really it's a tall ask already. A lot of us, even living in larger centers like here in Yellowknife, that's still a really expensive proposition, and you still have to budget for that. And I guess my question to the minister is, and this may be a question that I think some other ministers might look at, is maybe the Minister of Finance, is what are we going to do about this insurance problem in the small communities? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Trinidad-Willowday, Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corp.
Madam Chair, I'm familiar with this as well too, because it's come up quite often. And looking at the insurances and within the smaller communities, I do understand like land tenure is also an issue as well too, because you need the land in order to insure your home. And I see the barriers like that. Right now, the Housing Corporation is in conversation with CIBC just to see what it is that the conversation is not anything that's going to be committed, but it's a conversation that is happening. Also, looking at the insurances, is that what can we provide that's affordable and available to the people of the Northwest Territories. And looking at the insurances, I'm very interested in securing our Northwest Territories Housing Corporation units. So if it's our personal units going forward, I'm interested in making sure that we have security on them, whether we have engaged a mortgage with a client to making sure that if the house were to burn down or something were to happen, that we would not have, if this were to happen, 5 times throughout the community, throughout the territory, we don't have 500,000, 800,000 times 10 to be rebuilding these structures. So we're just trying to look for initiatives going forward that would best secure the people of the Northwest Territories that have the programming with the Housing Corporation or public housing as well. I hope that answers your question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the response. Just listening to that, I think there's a big, broader issue of insurance in the North. I think that's probably something I'll ask in the House here later on, because I think there's something we need to talk about and figure out some common sense approaches to this. And again, this goes to the cost of living in the North. It's so huge, and we're going to need to find affordable ways to help people in the North protect their assets, especially in small communities. Mr. Cho, I have nothing else further.
Thank you, Member for Trinidad-Willowday. Did you have a response to that, Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in regards to the home insurance, I just really want to be clear as well too, is that through the Housing Corporation we have a variety of programs, but the areas where I'm interested in insuring is home ownership. I'm not interested in insuring the units that we're building stairs and we're building ramps. I'm not interested in doing that. I'm interested in the long-term security for the client. If they do become homeowners, I want to make sure that they are secured and they do have the financial security going forward should anything to happen to their own personal unit. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. I'll move on to Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, one of I'm going to just say, frankly, struggles that I've had with the Housing Corporation is to feel that the corporation has embraced its role as a social housing agency versus a landlord of social housing. And there was a very promising initiative that was discussed at an anti-poverty roundtable about 18 months ago, in which the Housing Corporation was piloting a housing stability program for its public housing tenants in Betchco. And this was the kind of program that was offered when I worked at the YWCA. The intention of the program was to do troubleshooting with tenants so that they could stabilize their housing and develop good tenancy records so that they could obtain housing on the market if they had the money to do so. So I think that was a pilot program, and I'm interested to know whether the pilot has been evaluated and what the results of that evaluation are. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, member, for your comment. I am familiar with this program as well, too. It is due to expire. We did end up creating a new position. It was a housing stability worker that was working out of Yellowknife, but back and forth to Beshico. And it was first of our pilots, and it did work very well. And it's something that I'm interested in working with and expanding going forward throughout the Northwest Territories, because the issues are quite common throughout the territory, dealing with homelessness and dealing with having people transition from public housing into the housing units and those social impacts as well too. Unfortunately, the position is to expire March 31st, but I'm looking at that position to continue. I will have Mr. Carpenter elaborate on the program as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the Minister indicated, we're just in the process of that position's about to expire, and then we're going to do our assessment as to its effectiveness. Just to elaborate on what that position was created to do is we wanted to do a pilot project where we're in a community where there was tenants facing homelessness or evictions, and it's really more of this individual works with those tenants as a navigator, not only for what we can do in terms of housing, but other government departments that can provide wraparound services to keep these people housed, and that's what we were doing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this is a real good news, bad news story. The program worked, but it's going to expire. Why wasn't this position evaluated in advance of the expiry date? Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Being the Minister for the Housing Corporation, I'm looking for very strong initiatives and a very strong positive approach. This was one of our successful positions that we've had dealing with the current situation we have throughout the Northwest Territories. I am invested into this position and positions like this. So going forward, I don't see that we do have an expiry date of March 31st, but it will be possible. It will be continuing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the Minister for that. So does that mean that the person who occupies this position will still be employed on April 1st? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The person that was employed and working within this position, very strong skill and very experienced with the Housing Corporation. I did have other plans for her, and so we might be working with this a little bit different. She does have a lot of skill that I would like to use in another area, so there might be a new person to fill this position. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I don't understand the point of blowing up a program that is working. It seems to me that given the fact that this program was in place for at least a couple of years and the end date was a known end date, that the assessment of the program and the budgeting for a continuation since it proved successful could have been done. The minister is a new minister, but I don't know why the Housing Corporation didn't plan for success instead of waiting for this whole thing to lapse. Could someone explain that to me? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I looked at this position and it's very successful. I am, unfortunately, I don't know why that the position wasn't assessed prior to the expiration date of the end of the 2-year pilot project. I will have Mr. Carpenter elaborate on that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This was a brand new initiative that we embarked on. We never did anything like this before, and so we ran it as a pilot. And right from the start, we wanted to run it as a pilot to see how it worked out. And as the minister indicated, we're getting lots of positive results in terms of there has been diminished evictions in the community, And this is something that we funded with our own resources. We don't have an official position for that, so that's what we have to work towards to establish that the funding to continue with this program. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, I'm going to be very blunt. This is very poor practice. The Integrated Case Management Program in the Department of Justice was a pilot program, and it was evaluated before its expiration date, and then the case was made for continued funding for the Integrated Case Management Plan. That's what good planning looks like. So the idea that this program has to lapse, there aren't funds in it in this budget, so likely it won't be until the next budget that we see the funds for this. And in the meantime, this person was effective, the program was effective. The program could be scaled up to communities in other parts of the N.W.T. I hear my colleagues talking about housing tenancy issues all the time to do with arrears, damage, and other issues of that kind. So my final question here will be, when do you anticipate coming to us to ask for money to continue this position and expand this program? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Member, for your comments. And I do see that, you know, the importance of this position. And once I heard about this position and got to meet and see what this position entailed and the success that had been brought forward in Beshico, and looking at the success that it's had, I wanted to look at this as well too and see what it would look like if we expanded this out into the smaller communities and the effects that it would have. Going forward, this position, I would like to see it. Thinking of the way that the budget is where we're at right now, would like to come forward in June and to look at this position. But I wanted add a little bit more to it as well, and looking at the areas as well too. Like, I'm really mindful of N.W.T and the Mackenzie Delta and the Beaufort Delta as well too, is that we do have significant situations up there. So I want to be very creative with this position and look at the success and look at the long term that this may have in the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. All right, we'll move on to Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My first question is in regards to the district operation budget reflected on page 373. I've noticed that the North Slave, South Slave, Nahende districts all have increased budgets, whereas the Beaufort Delta district has actually a decreased budget. Is that reflective of the need of each region? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This would have to do with the amortization within this budget. I'm going to have Mr. Martin elaborate on that and answer the question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so as the Minister alluded to, the Housing Corporation this past couple of years, but this past year reflected in this budget, went through a review of our amortization of all of our assets. We worked with the Office of the Auditor General in updating our schedules, and through those reviews we made some adjustments in terms of how we amortize our assets. As a result of those changes, we actually slowed the amortization annual adjustment down. So as a result of that, the Beaufort Delta having the majority, 35% of our assets, that adjustment was most reflective in that district, and it resulted in a decrease in 2021 overall budget spending plan for 2021. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much. I'm wondering if the amortization had impacted our budget by decreasing the Beaufort Delta. Why did it drive up the budget values for the other three regions, where the SATU basically stayed pretty consistent? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister of N.W.T Housing Corp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to reflect this or pass a question on over to Mr. Carpenter. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to, I guess, not get too caught up in the amortization. To be honest, I don't like that financial term in terms of how it affects this. It's really just an accounting adjustment at the end of the day. But the key point on that I want to make on this section is that you see all the other districts increase, and that's because there's a small piece for forced growth. But what we did is we got a little bit of money from Canada through our bilateral, so we jumped up all the districts in the budgets, and we put a little bit more money into some initiatives you're seeing on the other page, like the emergency repairs, things like that. All the districts got an increase for this year, but we had that one accounting adjustment that Jim was explaining that shows it like that. Even though they got budget increases, they didn't lose money. It was just an accounting adjustment that showed there like a loss. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Member for Cam Lake. Thank you, Madam Chair. The money that the Housing Corporation received from the federal government, how was it distributed throughout the regions? Was it distributed by per capita? By population? Was it distributed by need? Was it distributed evenly throughout each region? Thank you. Thank you, Member. Minister.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. The money is distributed evenly. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Is that evenly by population, evenly just straight up divided between each region regardless of population? Thank you. Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The money is divided equally throughout the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if the Minister can define evenly. Is it divided evenly based on the 5 regions, or is it divided evenly based on need? Is it divided evenly based on population? Thank you. Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The money is divided equally by dollar. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake. Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I was just wondering if it was I'm wondering if it was divided using the number of people in the region or the amount of need in the region, or if it was divided just saying we have 5 regions and we're going to take this dollar figure and evenly divide it by these 5 regions just based on the dollar amount. Thank you. Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, that's correct.
Can you elaborate?
Okay, so we've received the federal money, we received the budget, we have 5 regions. The money is divided equally amongst those regions by dollar. Is that answering your question?
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake. Thank you very much. I'll take that it's divided equally by region. So thank you. My next question is in regards to the program's development and implementation line that's gone up substantially. And I'm wondering if the Minister can speak to what Northerners will get for that increase in that dollar line. Thank you. Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to have Mr. Carpenter elaborate on it. I just can't locate this right away quick.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you look on page 374, we have the Community Housing Support Initiative. In prior budgets, we used to send that out to each district office, but most of the proponents are coming through us in Yellowknife, so we just moved the budget out of that program development and implementation section for coordination. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Member for Cam Lake. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Can the Vice President please expand on the Community Housing Support Initiative then, please? Thank you.
Thank you, member. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to give a bit of history over the years, we've been receiving a lot of interest from community groups to pretty much say, give us the money and we'll do our own housing projects better than you can. So what we did is about a year or two ago, we developed this initiative and put some money into it where it's a very simple policy that if you have a project that you want to do on your own that benefits community housing, we want to participate in it. It's the criteria is that any project that benefits housing, whether it's homelessness to there's a community that built ramps went around and built ramps, and there's communities that got units from us. The only prerequisite is that they have to have some sort of participation in it in terms of a contribution or a labor component. We're very excited about this program. We've had a lot of exciting projects that has been happening with it. We did home ownership projects in some places, as I said, and we have a lot of interest again this year for this project. So this is one of those projects that touches on every point of the mandate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I was just looking at the activity description on page 372 that says that the program development and implementation ensures compliance with existing program policies and procedures, and also supplies training and capacity required to effectively and efficiently deliver the programs and services. So does the cost of building the ramps and the cost of hiring people to do those types of home accessibility or home renovation projects all come out of this dollar figure here? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Cam Lake. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to give an example that we've had this initiative successful in Fort Good Hope, where we've had the Gashagotin approach the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation, and they wanted to start to renovate their own homes. So the Housing Corporation went in with them. They submitted a proposal. We've honored that proposal. We have the agreement, and so the Fort Good Hope, so the Gashagotin goes and they renovate on their own, and it's not that application or it's a community initiative that the Housing Corporation is not, they're kind of involved by grant, I guess. They supply the money for the project. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. I'll move on to member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On page 374, securing assistance for emergencies, you have $1.5 million. Could you explain that program, please?
Thank you, member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This program would be for immediate assistance that would be required for, I want to say, home renovation, not home renovation, home repair. That would be an emergency that would need to be addressed. Right away, I'm thinking at the top of my head would be is if you had a freeze up, water and sewer had frozen up. This is the funding that you would be accessing. I will have Mr. Carpenter elaborate on that a little bit more. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the Housing Corporation's flagship emergency repair program. We have very as minimal criteria as we can. We set it up for $10,000 per year. It's one of our heavily subscribed program. People like it. It addresses things like freeze-ups, furnace issues commonly, and a lot of seniors use that program, and we even though we set up a budget there of 1.56 million, typically in a winter we'll usually exceed that budget, and we find money within to do that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when a natural disaster happens, where do the funds come from for that? Like a natural disaster within a community. I'd like to know where would the funds come for that?
Thank you, member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to be very clear on this, that the Housing Corporation administers their units and their houses and their infrastructure that they own. So if if one of our units had experienced one of these natural disasters situation within our own stock, this is the funding that we would use to repair those damages. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tabacha.
So I don't, Madam Chair, I'm not really clear on the answer. When a natural disaster happens where a place is actually destroyed and it involves a senior, and the senior has to go into other housing, which happened, do they still have to go through a means test?
Thank you, Member. Minister? Sorry, Member for Tabacha, you're going to have to repeat that last because the mic.
So, Madam Chair, I'm asking, when a natural disaster happens and the house is completely destroyed, because we did have a tornado in Fort Smith, and if we have a senior that's involved and his owner has ownership of that house and it's completely destroyed, and if they're moved into a smaller unit, do they still have to have that means test and pay the full amount?
Thank you, Member for Tabacha. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am familiar with this situation that the member is speaking about, and the natural disasters that this emergency money would be securing I really want to emphasize, would be the infrastructure that the Housing Corporation does secure and that we do own. I would have to review this again because we did provide the client with a public housing unit immediately, and but for us to rebuild a unit for the individual, it wasn't a part of our stock and it wasn't a part of our inventory. So this would be a very different scenario to be working towards. But the disaster funding that is there is used tremendously with the water freeze-ups that we do have, sewage freeze-ups as well in the furnaces, and it's strongly used in that category. But looking at the natural disasters, I would have to look at that further for like a privately owned home. I'm not too sure. I'd have to get back to the member. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. And to the member, just make sure that when we're talking, that when we get too specific, then privacy of our residents could be compromised. So thank you. Member for Tabacha.
Chair, I never named any names. I'm just trying to see where, if they have to have a means test when they go into another unit when a natural disaster happens. That's all I want is clarification.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would have to get back to the member because I'm not familiar with the means test. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tabacha?
So, Madam Chair, I've been back and forth with this whole natural disaster issue since I first got elected, and I still do not have an answer. So I'm just wondering which line that would come under in the housing budget, and that's all. I want clarification.
Thank you, Member. Minister for N.W.T. Housing Corp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Like I've said, the Housing Corporation administers our public housing units and our interests that we do have on the ground. We don't have anything that's for personal home units, like in regards to a natural disaster. You can apply going forward, but I will just have Mr. Carpenter elaborate on this a little bit more. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If there was a situation where an individual hypothetically lost their home due to a natural disaster, and they wanted to enter into homeownership program with the Housing Corp. The line item that would probably fit in this situation would be the providing assistance for territorial homeownership. That's a down payment program that we offer where clients get bank financing and a down payment from us to purchase or build a new home. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to reiterate my question. They're not asking for an extra home or anything. All I want to know is where does it come under? Two things. One is, do they have to have a means test when they move into another unit during the time of what their future is going to be? They've been through a lot of trauma, this family. And the other one is, as far as I know, they're not asking for another home. It was a natural disaster that happened. It was a tornado where it destroyed their whole home. And I just want clarification.
Thank you, member. I'm going to give that to the minister, but if we don't resolve this question, I would suggest that the minister and the member for Tabacha try to resolve this. Minister?
Madam Chair, I'll have Mr. Carpenter elaborate on the response. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The simple answer is yes, that all the programs that we deliver are means tested because our programs are targeted towards individuals that don't have the sufficient income to address their housing issues on their own. So yes, there is an eligibility requirement, whether it's for homeownership programming or our rental portfolio. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Okay. Are there any further questions under programs and district operations? Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, just in regards to securing assistance for emergency under their SAFE program, is the minister, like it sounds like, is it only for N.W.T. houses that it's under their scope? Is that correct? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member for Nunavut. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to clarify that it is for public housing units and it is for I just want to be very careful, I want to say for private homes. I would just want to clarify that and get back to the member. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to that, okay, housing sold units in Tuck. We're having a coastal erosion program now, not safe whatsoever. We have funding that's moving houses right now, supposedly that's going to go through within the next month. So for securing assistance for emergency safe and the seniors aging in place, retrofits and repairs. So the people that are being moved in my home community from the shoreline, are they eligible for those two programs for the 1.56 million and the 800,000 once the houses are moved? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member for Nunavut. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to clarify, yes, this program is available to private homeowners, and we would have to look at the application submitted and the amount of assistance that is required. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in regards to what I brought up, we have three houses. One was built two were built in the 90s. One was built in the 2000s as a fourth house, but we can't touch that house because it was built by a person's father and they can't move it. But that being said, houses that we've been selling to the people, those 3 houses that we sold to them, that they're paying property tax, that's going to come up in the next one for MACA, paying property tax, but it's all oceanfront now, 22 inches away. So now, that being said, once these houses are moved through federal dollars, through the hamlet of Tuck, so now I could come back and tell my constituents that they're eligible for the safe housing and the aging in place for seniors. Is that correct? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, the member is correct. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for N.W.T?
No, thank you. That's all for now. Thanks.
All right. Are there any further questions under programs and district operations? Seeing no further questions, please turn to page 373. Oh, you have questions? Okay. Member for Montfouille.
Madam Chair, just on the SAFE program, the CARE program, seniors aging in place, retrofit and repairs, we've identified 2020 maintenance limits. I'm just curious, Madam Chair, the program itself, is it all income tested, household income? The reason I'm asking is there was questions on that. With the ECE, I believe there's a seniors fuel subsidy. We only income test the head of households, not the family members living with them, but just the 2 head of households. Have we considered that for these programs? Because I know there's some people living in the community don't qualify because of household income is higher or even lower. So I'm just curious, Madam Chair, if that can be clarified.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is income tested by household income. But going forward, I am open to be looking at these applications should any of the members have difficulty accessing the programs that the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation has to offer. I'm open to be looking at them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member from Montfouille.
Merci, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I highly urge this minister to seriously consider possibly making, because it is a policy change, similar to what we've done with ECE in the past, and it worked really well for seniors and elders in the community. This is an area that housing is such it's a big challenge in the community. People accessing it, and there's so many complaints and issues. I think once the minister looks into this and makes some minor changes with regards to household income versus the head of household income, I think that will make a huge difference. And I seriously hoping that the minister will consider that as we move forward with this particular program and policy driven. Merci.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Member, for your comment. That's correct. I will be looking at the policies going forward and looking at changes that would meet the needs of the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any further questions on the programs and district operations? Seeing no further questions, please turn to page 373. N.W.T Housing Corporation Programs and District Operations, Operation Expenditure Summary, 2020 to 2021, main estimates, $34,021,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. Now we can members turn to departmental summary found on page 359. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Once again, Madam Chair, I move that this committee defer further consideration of the estimates for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation at this time.
The motion is on the floor and is being distributed. Sergeant at Arms, you can escort the witnesses out. All right, the motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? The motion is carried. So we will then now take a 5-minute break so that we can switch over to MACA. All right, thank you. All right, committee, we will call committee back to order. Committee, we have agreed to consider table document 30-19 brackets 2 main estimates 2020 under the Municipal and Community Affairs. Does the Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs have any opening remarks?
Just a second.
Minister?
Thank you. I'm here to present the 2020-21 main estimates for the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs. Overall, the department's main estimate proposes an increase of $6,074,000 or 5.5 over the 2019-2020 main estimates. These estimates support the fiscal objectives and priorities and responsibilities and strategic spending while making the modest expect revenue growth over the coming year. Highlights of these proposed estimates include an increase of $5,186,000 to provide funding to tax-based communities in accordance with the grant in lieu policy, an increase of $960,000 to reflect the impact of cost associated with the implementation of the 2017 to 2020-2021 collective agreement with the Union of Northern Workers, an increase of $158,000 to provide relief from property tax to seniors and people with disabilities. These estimates support the priorities of the 19th Legislative Assembly. Specifically, the Department will advance the following actions. Provide resources and support to community governments. The Department will continue to support community governments with community planning, legislation and policy, financial agreements, infrastructure management, and climate change and disaster mitigation fund. Support the development of implementation plan for the municipal access to information and protection of privacy. The Department remains committed to working with the Department of Justice, community governments, and stakeholders to identify a responsibility and achievable approach for the implementation of Bill 29, an act to amend the Access to Information and Privacy and Protection Act with respect to bringing community governments under the legislation and phased-in approach. That concludes my opening remarks. I look forward to the detailed discussion with members. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Do you wish to bring witnesses into the House?
Yes.
Sergeant at Arms, would you please escort the witnesses in? Minister China, would you please introduce your witnesses?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Chair, thank you. I have with me Ms. Young and Mr. Showerty. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister China. I would also like to say happy birthday to Ms. Young. All right, I will now open the floor to general comments on municipal and community affairs. If there are no further comments, does the committee agree to proceed to the detail contained in the table document? Committee, we will defer the departmental summary and review the estimates by activity summary, beginning with community governance, starting on page 320. With information items up to 323. Questions? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see this is the area that regards responsible for assessment. I recognize we provide some funding to the City of Yellowknife to do their assessments, and we've recently had this issue with the Yellowknife Hospital, and there's been a lot of different interpretations of exactly how that money got missed. Can I just have the Minister explain what exactly occurred there and how we're going to ensure that we budget for assessments going forward?
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When this project did roll out, we there was a timeline that the numbers weren't ready, and they weren't forecasted at that time for the grant in lieu. I will have Ms. Eleanor Young elaborate on the response. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Ms. Young?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So with assessments, in this part of the budget area, so we have a number of assessment staff who conduct most of the assessments in the territory. As noted in this area, we do have $125,000 that we provide to the city to hire their own assessment contractors or staff, but we still have, through the Property Assessment and Taxation Act, oversight on their assessment role. And then that information is used for the calculation of grant in lieu for the properties that are N.W.T properties within the community. And we are in the process of putting to paper all of the processes used with the checks and balances, and we'll be able to bring that back for a briefing to committee in the future as soon as we have that together. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Member for Yellowknife North.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. I look forward to receiving that information in committee. No further questions.
Thank you. Any further questions under community governance? Seeing no further questions, we will move on to page 321. Municipal and Community Affairs, Community Governance, Operation Expenditure Summaries 2020, 2021, main estimates $2,118,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. We will turn to page Community Operations, beginning on page 324 with information items up to 327. Questions? Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is the right area for talking about the municipal funding gap. Can I just confirm that?
Thank you, Member. Minister for N.W. or Minister for MACA.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That would be regional operations. This is community operations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister, member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you. I will save that question for that area. In this area, I'd like to talk about the follow-up to the OAG report that happened in 2017, I think it was. Can the minister tell us whether all the commitments that the department made in response to the OAG report have been fulfilled? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have received the report. We will be working towards the initiatives going forward. I'll just have Eleanor elaborate on, or sorry, I'll just have Mr. Shouty, elaborate on the response. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Shouty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The department has completed 2 activity reports related to the action plan that the department had published in response to the OAG audit. We're pleased to report that we think we're in the area of about 80 to 90% of the recommendations have been addressed. We would be in a position to be able to provide a further update on that, in addition to the 2 that we've already provided and tabled in the House. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Shouty. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that response. Could you tell us which items are not yet complete and when the next update will be ready for us to look at? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll have Mr. Showerty elaborate on the report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Showerty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The department made significant progress in the area of public safety, which is one of the focuses of the audit. In that area, we advanced a number of priorities around emergency management with community governments, which is timely given what our territory is facing today. We also made a significant improvement with fire protection services in terms of addressing assessments of fire departments, developing action plans, working with departments on addressing or working with community governments around priorities that were identified through the assessments, things like training and standard operating procedures and making sure communities were acquiring the right kind of equipment and those kind of things. So certainly in the area of emergency management, there is significant movement forward. One of the areas where we think we need to continue to do some work is around the area around the accountability framework. As we had positioned the accountability framework, this is a living, breathing document and tool that we use to work with community governments to assess performance and work with community governments on business planning to help address some of the things that will come out of the accountability framework. As part of our work, we had intended to move into some areas around amendments of contribution agreements and those kind of things to be a little more definitive, I think, with community governments in terms of what may happen when things go sideways. So we still have to do some of that work in terms of modifying some of those kind of things with community governments, and that work will continue into the next funding cycle and beyond. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Sharity. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Mr. Sharity for that information. So what is the timing that the department is looking at now to complete the recommendations of the OAG report? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
By the fall. Thank you, Madam Chair. We would be bringing that report back by the fall. I would say September. September, I'll give it a definite month. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife Centre?
No, nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions under community operations? Seeing no further questions, please turn to page 325. Municipal and Community Affairs, Community Operations, Operations Expenditure Summary, 2020-2021 main estimates, $2,277,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. We will now turn to page 328, Directorate, beginning on 328 with informations up to 331. Questions? If there are no questions, member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Can the Minister tell me when the Consumer Protection Act was last reviewed? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a significant date right now. I will have to get back to the member for the Consumer Report. Consumer Protection Act. Just to clarify with the member. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, ma'am. Thanks, Madam Chair. Yes, it is the Consumer Protection Act that I was asking about. Is it on the legislative initiatives priority list for this department? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My apologies, that hasn't been identified. We are looking at the Fire Prevention Act, Seniors and Disability and Taxation and Property Assessment Act. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I made probably about 3 or 4 statements in the last assembly about this legislation. It's not very strong. It's not I don't think it really reflects best practice or is comparative to, comparable to what other Canadian jurisdictions do. And there was an instance of someone selling fish from Kazakhstan as locally produced fish. I think there's been some issues around Aurora tourism here. That might be more of an issue for ITI, but we need to protect the value of our products. And if we don't have stronger consumer protection legislation, I'm worried about that. How's the department going to figure, or if this is not on their list right now, how's the minister going to look into this issue about whether it can or should be reviewed? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to take a review of this act in our term, and I would like to look at areas that we would have to enhance and we'd have to change in order to fit the needs of the Northwest Territories. So going forward, I would like to review what has been done so far and the concerns that were brought forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Can the minister make a commitment to come back to the standing committee within 6 months with a report with her findings on that? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I will commit to reviewing the situations and looking at the Consumer Protection Act and providing the information that I found to Standing Committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. All right, we'll move on to Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I struggle with this because I mean I see you have 13 positions in directorate, and there's only a few in policy and planning, and I recognize how hard those people work, but I mean MACA has a legislative backlog that really needs to get done. I've mentioned multiple times the hope of a Building Standards Act, the hope of a Consumer Protection Act, a city charter. I know we're finally getting to the Fire Prevention Act, which is going to be a lot of work. We're also getting to the Property Assessment Taxation Act, which I'm very excited about. I've asked the minister to look into permanent residence voting, the possibility of online voting. I have recommendations for the City, Towns and Villages Act. I guess I know we're not going to see all those pieces of legislation in the next 4 years, and that's a wish list I have for MACA's legislation. But my question for the minister is, considering the demand for MACA to update a number of legislative initiatives, is there plans to expand some of the policy people or plans to come back with a SUP to at least make sure we get the Property Assessment and Taxation Act and a couple of these projects done in the next 4 years?
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will take into consideration the list that the member has provided, and I would like to educate myself a little bit more further on what has been done and the improvements that need to be made. I do understand and I do see that the legislation that we do have, like going forward in the acts, and that they are outdated, but I would like to take a look at them and review them as well too. Thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'll be a little more blunt here. I really don't think that MACA currently is being funded properly to get all of its legislation in line. And I would really encourage the minister to, champion this and, let's make MACA one of the most productive legislative departments there is. And to do that, it's going to be, you're going to have to fight at the Financial Management Board and fight in this House to bring forward and get the policy work and, really push to get this legislative agenda moving, because I think everyone who works at MACA knows that there's been request to get the Property Assessment and Taxation Act, going for years and years. So I guess I would just like to hear the minister's, whether she's willing to make that fight to let's get some more municipal and community affairs legislation done in the next 4 years.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know that changing legislation, reviewing legislation requires a lot of manpower, a lot of consultation, and involving the stakeholders that these acts would involve, and that they would be of effect. Going forward, I would have to look at it strategically, because it is a lot of work in looking at, engaging with our stakeholders as well throughout the territory, and the effects and the changes that we are looking to update. So going forward, I would like to say that I would like to review what's been done and look at the acts that we currently have within my department, and we've already identified, was 4 of them altogether? Yeah, 4 of them altogether, and it seems like it's a little at a time, but we're making progress. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any further questions under the Directorate? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to the Office of the Fire Marshal, how many staff is there that actually does plan review? Thank you, Madam Chair.
I think that would that be under public safety? That's the next section. Yeah. Did you? You're ahead of us. Did you have questions under the Directorate? Yes? No? Okay. All right. So if there are there any further questions under Directorate? If there are no further questions under the Directorate, we will turn to page 329. Municipal and Community Affairs Directorate Operation Expenditure Summary 2020-2021 main estimates $3,942,000. Does committee agree? Agree. Thank you. We are now moving to the sports activity starting on page 332 with information pages up to 335. Questions, Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The question, I guess, was how many staff does the Office of the Fire Marshal have that does plan review? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Presently, we have 1 staff. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's always concern that the timing, I guess, from the time you file the plans to receiving a response doesn't fit in, I guess, with some of the projects. It takes a little too long. Is there any, I guess, appetite to increase the number of staff there? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Presently, right now, the Fire Prevention Act is under review, and so once that review is done, we'd be able to determine the amount of staff to support the Fire Prevention Act. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess, yeah, because I've got some concern is that we do bring in, there are modular units that come into Northwest Territories, whether they're camps or whether they are residential trailers. And I know that I think we operate under Part 9 of the National Building Code, and say if you got a modular unit coming out of Alberta, it's under the Alberta Part 10, so there's a little bit of a difference there. So I'm just wondering, with 1 staff in that office, and I understand there's regional staff as well, assistant fire marshals. I guess I'm wondering if that's sufficient staff to monitor those type of buildings coming into the territories. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This concern has been brought up quite a bit throughout looking at the infrastructure that we are building within the communities, and in respect to modular homes as well too. So once the Fire Prevention Act is passed and we've determined and it's finalized, I would like to look at the staffing for that position. And knowing that we do have assistant fire marshals within the Northwest or within the district offices, I would also like to really emphasize on the support that we would have at headquarters. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, with respect to plan review, what aspects of the plans does the Office of the Fire Marshal look at? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The looking at what the aspects for what the fire marshal would hold, I'm going to refer this question over to Mr. Sherwood, just so he can elaborate on it, because I know we don't have a building act, and I don't want to get those two confused. I want to be very clear. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Showerty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under the Fire Prevention Act, we adopt the component of the National Building Code that deals with the threat of fire and the threat of fire. And so it really is that component of the National Building Code that the Plan Review Office reviews for compliance with respect to the architectural drawings and the building plans that come before the Plan Review Office. The complexity of some of the buildings that come forward and some of the drawings that we get contribute to the plan review process. So largely it's, the better the plan review documents that come before us, the easier it is for the plan review officer to review them and approve the project. As the Minister has pointed out, the Fire Prevention Act is a priority for the Department for the review during the 19th Assembly. And of course, the plan review function is a critical component to that. There's been considerable interest not only within this House, but with community governments and the N.W.T Association of Communities to look at building standards, which is a view to expand a little bit the role of what plan review would look like. So really, as part of our legislative agenda to review the Fire Prevention Act, this gives us, the department, the opportunity to look at all of these functions to determine how we're best serving the building industry relative to the National Building Code and improving projects. So a lot of the questions that are being asked around building standards are really tied back to that discussion around the Fire Prevention Act and the work that we can do there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Showerty. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So under infrastructure, I think it is, we have the gas inspections, and we have the boilers. Is there any, I guess, is your department looking at maybe bringing those together with the gas inspections and with the and possibly even plumbing, because right now we have no plumbing inspections required in the N.W.T except for Yellowknife, I think. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There was talk about, like we did speak about the building code and looking at that for the Northwest Territories and having the functions under one act. And I'm going to have Ms. Eleanor Young elaborate on that a little bit more further. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Ms. Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The issues the member are raising are issues that have been raised as part of the Phase 1 of the Fire Prevention Act work through engagement with stakeholders. The fact that we've got regulatory functions sitting in 2 or 3 departments with regard to the construction industry in the north. And so we had started down the path of getting ready for a Phase 2 engagement specific to that latter part of the Fire Prevention Act around building plan review and building inspections. Unfortunately, the 911 legislation sidetracked some of that work for a year or two. We're now getting back to it, And in the interest of much of the conversation around a broader Building Act, what we intend to do is do a discussion paper to finish the work on the Fire Prevention Act, but also gather information on whether the Fire Prevention Act is the right tool to fix many of these issues, or whether it is broader building legislation, or whether it's some sort of harmonization of the processes we currently have. We expect that that process will lead us to a recommendation in terms of the legislative fix, whether it's under Fire Prevention Act or whether we take on a second act with the Building Standards Act, and we hope to have that decision. I think our goal is within this year so that we can finish whatever the work is in the remainder of this assembly. But many of these issues are why we stopped and slowed down that work on the Fire Prevention Act, because we realized there were much bigger discussions and decisions that had to be made about where we go in terms of all of these different regulatory authorities. Where they get housed would fall out of that final decision about legislation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Young, member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess if we have a all-encompassing act and regulations, and I guess I'm thinking about the smaller communities where they kind of get left out, and if somebody's doing a project and you're waiting 2 or 3 weeks for an inspection, that's a problem. So I'm assuming that as you're doing this review, that's in the back of your mind as well. Is that correct? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is correct. I do run into a lot of comments and a lot of conversation that surround that exact conversation of that we have too many, that when constructing infrastructure that we should just be operating under one act instead of several, not several, but we just have so many different compartments. It kind of gets complicated for smaller communities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one quick question with respect to page 334, ground ambulance and highway rescue. It's always an issue in Hay River. I don't think, well, I understand the community has never really been fully funded for providing that service. If there's an accident, we pretty well go out there. So I just want to confirm if that's the case, and I suspect that the department's in consultation with Hay River on that issue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We were actually just recently in Hay River, and we met as a cabinet there, and the exact concern was brought up. So we are working with the City of Hay River. Sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Nunakput.
Just in regards to fire safety in the community of Tuck, we have a pumper that's 30 years old. It's beyond, it's hit that timeline for 30 years in regards to being effective and not being able to use it now. We had to use it in a fire 2 weeks ago, had no choice because the other new fire truck, it was broke down. Is there any way that, does the minister have extraordinary funding for something that kind of an emergency? Because the communities of 1,000 people, and the truck that we do have, the newest truck that we do have is a F550 with a airport attack foam truck. Is there any way to see if we could get extraordinary funding for the community at Tuck to get a fire truck as soon as possible for the community safety? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Unfortunately, to the member, that we don't have extra money to buy what I would say, like a vehicle, like a fire truck, I guess. I don't know what's the proper term, but to buy a fire truck, I guess. But it could be identified in their community, in their capital plan, in their asset management going forward, and we can help and assist them to budget for this as they go forward and looking at the need to replace the fire truck and what did you say, the fire safety pump? Is that what it was? Can you clarify? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member, just wait. Just just wait for the record. Member for Nunukput.
Thank you. We need a fire truck, Madam Chair. The community is at risk without a fire truck. We have that fire truck. It's 30 years old. It still could run, still pumps water, but there's no insurance. You can't use it. You're not supposed to use it, but we did use it. And the safety of the firefighters that are there, they're all volunteer. And there's got to be a way that in regards to working with the community and to get something sooner rather than later, because the community is stretched to the limit already. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll take that as well, and I will work with the community. If the member could identify the community, and I will work with the community to look at the need for their fire truck. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Nunukput?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Minister. So now I'm looking at ground ambulance service for the Tuck-Inuvik Highway. We don't have ambulance service. We have the RCMP in Tuck that we put people in the back of a pickup truck in a stretcher, bring them to the health center. Thank God we haven't had no real accidents on that road yet. But the safety concern, we did a study with CRA that did a study for the road from Inuvik to Tuck that has an ambulance that's going back and forth and being able to help out in the community if needed as well. We had buy-in from the Hamlet of Tuck in regards to providing a place for that ambulance, but why isn't there an ambulance service put into the community of Tuck where there's ambulance service right across the territory at the government cost, not the local, in regards to providing that kind of service too? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hear the members' comments, and I just would like to elaborate that the Tuck Highway is fairly new, and looking at upgrades and looking at services that we need to provide. I would like to work with the community to, I know that he had expressed too that there was already a study done with CRA, but I would like to look at that and visit that approach again, because looking at the services that are going to be provided, they will be accessing and using that highway quite a bit, so it's going to change the dynamic of the services in that community. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Nunukput?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really think that for this coming year, in regards to planning, in regards to working with the community of Tuktoyaktuk, in regards to ambulance services needed for safety, not for the community, and then the tourists, because people are getting hurt, being trucked in, like I said, RCMPs hauling them at the back of their trucks at the kindness of their heart, where there's no insurance for them. So anybody driving that truck, if something does happen to them, God forbid, deceased, they could be liable. So we have to start really thinking outside the box and trying to service our people into that. And I look forward to working with the Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Nunukput. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will be working with the member going forward in regards to the fire truck, the fire truck and the road ambulance. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Nunukput?
Madam Chair, just to add too, because Mackenzie Delta have cousins all over, and I want to make sure that Inuvik, Aklavik, the ice road, Sigachik to Fort McPherson to Inuvik, they should be a vehicle that's just cruising down on the highway. How they do it from here to Betchico, Yellowknife to Betchico. You see that ambulance service. So there should be something, at least two vehicles, either one based in Tuck, one based in Inuvik, driving that Aklavik ice road in the summertime, and then in the winter, and then for the summer driving from Inuvik to Sigachik to the border, because so the biggest thing is making sure that we're getting proper coverage and safety for the people in the Delta. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Nunukput. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see the concern brought up in the Nunavut and the Mackenzie Delta region. I will be following up with the member. And as for the ambulance service delivered in Beshico, that is we have worked with the community, and just looking and elaborating on that a little bit more. I will follow up with the member just to make sure that I'm clear on the messaging. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. I will move on to member for Tunaday Willaday.
Merci, Cho, Madam Chair. I had some questions about the 911 program. I know it's a new program, and on page 333, and it's been long needed, and I'm really happy to see this line item. I'm looking forward to see how this program grows. Like any new program, I think we expect to find some, it's going to be some fine tuning. We're going to take some bruises, I think, as a department, and I'm hoping it's going along well. I know that when we were first briefed on this in November, we were told that we're expecting to see some of that, some little issues, glitches here and there. But I just want to hear from the minister how things are going there, and I did have some few questions with this program. Merci, Joe.
Thank you, member for Tunaday Willaday. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As of March 9th, 911 has received an estimated total of 9,000 calls. Of those, 29% of them were police-related, 1% of the calls were fire-related, 4% were medical-related. The remaining 66 of the calls are classified as non-emergency, which can include prank calls, test calls, other queries, or non-emergency nature. Since going live as of March 29th, 2020, 911 has had 5 French callers and 2 Cantonese callers, and they have been no official language calls as of to date. The French callers were supported by the 911 dispatchers who are bilingual. With the Cantonese calls, the dispatcher used translation services through CanTalk. All calls that require translations were within Yellowknife. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tunaday Willaday.
Madam Chair, and thank you for that, for those stats. If I could ask the minister to as well to give this to in writing to a standing committee, please.
Thank you, member. Minister?
That's fine. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I will do that with the. I'll provide the information to the member. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tunaday Willaday.
Madam Chair, I'd also like to know too. I'm just listening to the languages and stuff. How the breakdown went there. I'd like to know too a breakdown of where the calls are coming from the communities. I think that'll be important as well.
Thank you, member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I will provide the community contacts. All calls throughout the Northwest Territories will be within that writing report to the committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for.
Yeah, Madam Chair. Thank you for the response. I'd like to know too as well. After hours, where are those calls routed to? That's to the minister, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The service is available 24 hours a day. So I'm not too sure if that clarifies your question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. Member for Tunaday Willaday.
Yeah, thank you for the response. And I'm aware that it's 24 hours, but where are the calls being taken?
Thank you, member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I didn't hear you. The calls are from Yellowknife. The 911 office is located here in the city. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member.
Okay, Masi Cho, Madam Chair. And you mentioned something quickly about official languages. I always want to be proactive and stuff. So I remember we had a really serious incident way up in Satu, where an elder was witnessed something, and there was a big disconnect with the dispatcher for the RCMP, and unfortunately somebody ended up deceased from that. So if we have somebody like one of the official languages call in to 911, how is that call dealt with, and how does that process work? From when that person calls in, where is the call routed to, and how is it dealt with? Mr. Joe.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to start off, and I'm going to get Ms. Young to elaborate on the continuous of the response. But then I was concerned very much as well too with the official languages and to seeing if we do meet the need of the Northwest Territories. And when I went to go tour the location, it was actually that we didn't have very many. I want to say almost none calls that were in were called and requesting the indigenous language. But right now, we do work with Can Talk that has a does provide that service, but we did run into situations where we just have a limited amount of translators for each of, I want to say there's 7 dialects in the Northwest Territories that actually speak the language that can respond. So we had a hard time to find those translators in the Northwest Territories. And going forward, I haven't seen, according to what we have, like that our response is very quick and that very effective, very efficient, to where that the responders on the phone are able to, I want to say, not diminish, but like decrease and narrate a call, and that they're able to almost provide the assistance over the phone. And I'm going to get, I'll have Eleanor elaborate on it a little bit more. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Ms. Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the way that the translation system works, so the call comes in live to the operators, which, as the Minister said, are in our call center 24/7. If they recognize that it's not French or English, they immediately dial in this Can Talk service, which then identifies the language and connects with a translator. We have, as much as has been possible, provided them with names of translators in the Northwest Territories that speak the languages so that Can Talk could actually connect them with those individuals. Unfortunately, and I know this has been a conversation with Education, Culture and Employment as well, that we don't have enough translators in the Northwest Territories to be able to operate this on a sustainable service in the territories currently, although that is ideally a goal of all of us, is to be able to instead of using Can Talk, have that translation service provided here. This Can Talk service is an interim solution that connects us to translators as quickly as possible. I know that we haven't tested it yet because we've not had an Indigenous call come in, but the goal is to be able to have the translation connected and working live with the client within 60 to 80 seconds. Unfortunately, I can't tell you whether that's happened on the ground because we haven't had one to experience yet. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Member for Tunaday-Williday.
Madam Chair, and thank you from Ms. Young and the Minister for the response. I'm just looking through this as well. I want to make sure that it's always good when you ever do a new program. You don't want to set it up to fail and make sure that it doesn't go by the wayside. So I'm just wondering if the Minister could let me know if they feel like the staffing right now is adequate to keep this program running, and if this will be adequate, this number here, this line item to fund it, 1.2 million would be enough to move forward.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This program rolling out is very new. I think we've launched November of this year. So then we haven't been functioning for a year yet. So going forward, we would be doing an assessment to see how our program is rolling out. But right now we have, I want to say, how many staff?
Six operators and a manager.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have 7 staff, and I thought we just hired a relief?
Yeah.
In a relief. We have 7 staff in a relief, so working at this call center. So as we go forward, we'll be evaluating this program. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tunaday-Williday.
Thank you. Madam Chair, and one last question. Are those staffing numbers you just mentioned, are they reflected on page 335 at all?
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, they are reflected on the page. Thank you.
Thank you. Member? Oh. All right. We'll move on to Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate all the questions leading and opening up the subject of 911 from my colleague. You mentioned just now that you have 7 staff working with the 911 program. Is 7 staff considered fully staffed? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Presently, that is considered full staff, but I said we will be reviewing the program probably within the year, so we'd be able to see like the program functioning and coming out. There could be a possible request for changes and more staff. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. When staff is short, so right now, you know, we have sometimes a lot of people off sick, especially when flu season hits. When staff is short, where do the calls get routed to? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we are receiving these responses and we require more staff, we have the med staff that is available as well too. And I just want to really elaborate that we ended up hiring the one relief, so it would alleviate and try to take care of the amount of hours and stress, and because I was very mindful of it when I went in, like this is almost could be a 24-hour position because they do get call-ins. The center is quite busy, so I'm very mindful of it. So just looking at the program delivery going forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So just to confirm, calls are only answered in the Northwest Territories. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister.
Madam Chair, yes, that's correct.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. What % of emergency calls received in the Northwest Territories are going to 911? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have those numbers in front of me right now. I'd have to get back get back to the member. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much. No, I would appreciate that, and I think that would go to Government Operations Committee if possible. Thank you. My next question is, I'm wondering if the Minister could identify the significant growing pains they have experienced with 911 and how the department is addressing them. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since the program and the service has just been available to us since November, that we have had, I don't want to say staffing issues, but it's a very unique, education that you need to fulfill these positions, that there's just a limited amount of people that come forward with these expertise. And looking at training as well too, I did emphasize on that as well, that we do have the center available, and if we would be open for training, but it's very specific, and that the level of training required is very different, and it's not that's the style of training is not available in the north. But I will have Ms. Young elaborate on the response. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake. Oh, sorry. Ms. Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of things to add to the Minister's comments in terms of what we've observed. Obviously, the question of staffing, the staffing was identified based on what we assumed would be a typical call volume, so we have to measure what we're actually receiving against the model that was used to predict the number of staff and see if we were adequately staffing. We've had things come up like staff requesting parental leave, which of course when you design a staff model you're not anticipating somebody being away for a long period of time, so how to cover that kind of situation. It was designed in a way to meet national accreditation standards, and so there's been some growing pains in just how calls are received and communicated to dispatch centers in communities, and so we are working through those with a number of communities. In some cases, communities have hired some additional support. In other cases, we're working with the community to try to go through and iron out exactly what the issues are and resolve those. And I'm working quite closely, for example, with the City of Yellowknife on some issues that they've identified and trying to work through what's causing the issue and then what the resolution to that issue is. And I think when we will be doing a report every year within 90 days at the end of the fiscal year. So I'm looking forward to seeing the first report and some of the numbers and the analysis about how many calls we're getting, how much time our staff are putting in to be able to really get a better handle on, is it the right amount of staff? Are we getting the right expertise? Are there any other issues coming up? But that's the initial things we've noticed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Young, member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Earlier, you gave some fabulous stats to my colleague in regards to trends in calls, specific to how many were fire, ambulance, and police. I'm wondering if you also track data in regards to what type of calls, and specifically, are they domestic violence? Are they car accidents? Are they suicide related? I'm wondering if you're tracking trends and data related to that type of information. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we are. It's a new program. It's a new rollout. There's a lot of information that is out there, but then just looking to see how this, what identifies this program and what comes with it. Yes, we do identify those different types of calls. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering what you do with this, or I'm wondering what the Minister does with this data, and do they share it with Health and Social Services? Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This data determines how we're going to roll out the program and what do we need to improve, and we do share the information with the Department of Health. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. You mentioned national accreditation, and I'm wondering if the department audits the calls that they have through 911, and with the auditing, what specifically they look at. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking at the, requesting the audit, like asking about an audit, the program has only existed since November. It hasn't been a year yet, but looking at the types of calls that we have determines the quality and the style of service that we are going to be providing. But going forward, auditing, and I would like to have the program has to be at least alive for a year for us to get those real numbers and those real stats. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. With my final couple minutes here, I'd like to switch subject matters, but still under public safety. We had a conversation with EIA in regards to the SPCA and the funding that was given through EIA to the SPCA. Last term, we saw MACA give funding to the SPCA, and I'm wondering where that piece of the puzzle fits within the GNWT. The SPCA is more than just a place for animals. It has a huge public safety component to it, and I know that we have an expectation for community governments to handle that, but we are underfunding community governments, and there is nowhere for people to take their pets in a lot of these communities to be spayed or to be vaccinated. And, one bad dog bite can turn into a hugely expensive medical travel bill. And so I'm wondering where this fits within the GNWT. Thank you.
Thank you. Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Right now, it has been brought up before, and even during the campaign, that we're looking at the SPCA and who's responsible for the animals, and we need to look at consult with the local communities and and see what level of service is provided. And also, this was one of what the Premier had committed to as well too. So our department will be following up and trying to find solutions on how we're going to be working with the pets, the animals in the SPCA within the communities. But I just want to say that because there's no SPCA within the communities, but we need to have some kind of control and service provided at the community level. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam? No? You're good? Okay. I'll move on. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'll reiterate my colleagues' comments that the N.W.T. SPCA does do work in all the communities, and I think more and more we're realizing that animal health is just about human health, and if you see rabies transmit in between species, it can have devastating effects. So there's a huge public health thing. So I will just reiterate that is the aspect that I find most concerning about the gap. But I wanted to switch. I heard the minister say that there's currently all calls are being answered in the N.W.T. My understanding is that there was some dispatch centers, and that may actually be community dispatch centers, or there was talk of us, I believe, hiring Alberta to take the overflow calls if medical services can't. Can I just confirm whether that's happening?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, the member is correct. We do have Yellowknife and, Inuvik and Hay River, but these services were established before the 911, and they and we work with them in conjunction as well too. So, yeah, we work with them. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, member, for your comment.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I look forward to seeing this first 911 report. I know there has been some growing pains and there's a number of conversations. I was wondering if the report will have a comparison of dispatch times, post 911 and pre 911.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sorry, just Minister, wait for your light.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just thinking post 911 and pre 911, the program hasn't been around for a year, so I would really like to look at those stats after the year that the program has actually been launched to determine those numbers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The concern I'm wanting to address is that I know 911, due to the certification, adds some extra steps, which means at times when a person is calling 911 as opposed to the old number, the time is actually taking longer. I'm wondering if dispatch times will be part of the report.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking at the response times that we have, I don't quote me on that, but I think we're in the seconds to be responding to calls that are coming through. And looking at the where the member is probably thinking that the time is kind of taking a while for us to respond is, I want to say, with the City of Yellowknife, because we are in, they do provide a service, we provide a service, but we are actually working together to improve and to work and have one established service for the City of Yellowknife. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I know there's a lot of work to do, and it's with each dispatch in that, and I'm not saying that, I think 911 is a great step, and I think following this public service standards is great, but sometimes you're better off just calling the fire department directly if you need a fire department in Hay River, and we need to eliminate that step. We need to encourage 911 to be always used. So when we get the numbers on seeing how many calls are going to the old numbers, the old number, I'd also like to see if we, in the report, will have numbers showing how long 911 calls are taking.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hear the member's comment, and we are still in transition, so I'm expecting the members of the public to be continuing to call the old numbers that were distributed in the past, but we are in transition, and that going forward, I will provide the member with the numbers, the time of the calls that were received. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister, and I just want to remind the members to say thank you at the end. We have a different sound guy, so he needs to know when you're done. So thank you for the microphone. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll remember to do that. Yeah, and I appreciate looking at the dispatch times because I recognize people are going to continue to call the old numbers, and the goal is to eventually get everyone on 911 and make sure we are all having conversations about dispatch times. So I look forward to those conversations. My next question is to Consumer Affairs, I in time would like to see a new Consumer Protection Act with a little more teeth, but can I get a sense of how many complaints the Consumer Affairs Department deals with?
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not familiar with the amount of consumer affairs complaints that we have received, but I will look to my colleagues to see if they have additional information that I could provide for you right now. Okay. Who is it? Oh, okay, I'll just have, who wants to respond? You? Okay, I'll have Ms. Young respond. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Ms. Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Surprisingly, the number of calls is actually quite small. In 2019, we had 5 complaints originate out of Yellowknife, 2 out of Hay River. And that has been typical. A lot of the emphasis has been on public education, but there have not been a lot of calls. But I think part of that lends to what the member speaking of about what we can do under the Act. And it's with us having limited ability to do something, there may not be an impetus for people to call. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I completely agree. I think without the legislation having more teeth, you get less complaints. I was just curious whether it was being utilized to the extent now. Sorry, I wanted to switch to the Office of the Fire Marshal. This is probably one of my largest, actually, areas of constituents' complaints is coming out of the Fire Marshal. I'm very excited that we will be reviewing the Act. I believe there's a bit of a cultural issue in the department in not working with people, and there's been inflexibility. I even know that the N.W.T itself has had some issues with that office. What is the minister doing to deal with the number of complaints regarding the Office of the Fire Marshal?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm aware that we do have some concerns in regards to the Office of the Fire Marshal, but then I just feel reluctant to answer the question because it is a human resources question. And going forward, we are very consistent with the number of complaints that we do deal with, and we do act on them as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, sorry, I'm not speaking about, I actually don't even know who the fire marshal is. I'm not speaking about the specific fire marshal. It's an office with procedures and policies in place, and people run into them. I know there's been, the chamber has talked about appeal mechanisms. People have talked about, adopting the building code to be more flexible for the realities on the ground. There's a number of ways we could amend the current policies and procedures under the fire marshal. Not speaking of the fire marshal as a person. So I'm just wondering, has there been an increase in complaints stemming out of disputes around the Office of the Fire Marshal? Is that being dealt with? Can I just get a sense of where that's going?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My apologies to the member. I misunderstood the question, but there are concerns in regards to the Office of the Fire Marshal, and the concerns that are brought forward is we deal with buildings and standards and whatever. So that is why we are working with the Fire Prevention Acts to improve our services. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. I will now move on to Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My questions are to do with emergency management. I'm aware that the department created an N.W.T emergency plan in 2018. Has that emergency plan been fully implemented at this point? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Will be available. It's available? Yeah, okay. Thank you. Yes, it has, and it is available. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the Minister for that response. So what is the, what would it take to activate this emergency plan now if we required it in connection with the public health emergency? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking at the emergency plan, because I do know that we have quite a concern happening right now, and there's a lot of discussion happening in the Northwest Territories. I'm going to have Ms. Young elaborate on the emergency plan and what it would take to conduct it or initiate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Ms. Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't remember the specifics in the Act, but it does refer to things like widespread that impact public health and safety and things of those nature. And so that is part of the live conversation happening every day right now between the Department of Health and Municipal and Community Affairs about which legislation is dealing with which aspects of the situation with the developing virus and which one offers the best tools to take steps if steps are required for further action than what is currently in place. But that is part of the ongoing conversation. I don't remember the specific wording in the Act about when we actually activate a state of emergency, which is really what triggers our emergency measures organization to be fully up and operating. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that response. So the state of emergency is the activation tool. And once the state of emergency is declared, what kind of scope and reach does this plan have? Does it reach every N.W.T. community? What kind of reach does it have and scope? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to be specific on the response because I'm looking at a community level and the stakeholders that would be involved in the process if there were to be any concerns in regarding to initiating the emergency plan. I'm going to have Eleanor elaborate on that on the response. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Ms. Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, the Act provides powers to declare a state of emergency in part or all of the territory, depending on the nature of what activities need to be undertaken. And so if it was, for example, related to travel or provision of goods and services across the territory, it could be the entire territory. But if it's dealing with a specific region, a wildfire, it could be within the region. So the plan provides the flexibility to, respond to the type of emergency that's in place. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that response. What kind of resources would you need to activate the plan on a territory-wide basis?
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The plan would involve, I would say all levels. All levels would be involved, and there's the consultation and the involvement to make sure that the emergency and the safety and safety of the people of the Northwest Territories, that it's a collaborative plan. It's a collaborative plan. Going forward, that involves stakeholders and people within the Northwest Territories, not only municipal and community affairs. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that response. I was thinking more about financial resources. How does the department access financial resources for activating this plan? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to let Ms. Young elaborate on the financial resources that is available to initiate the emergency plan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Ms. Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So under the Emergency Measures Act, of course, the Act provides authorities, and we have a territorial planning committee that would be overseeing this with all of the departments. If it got to a situation where we needed additional financial resources, there are provisions under our finance Financial Administration Act to seek emergency funding if it was necessary. We also have a disaster financial arrangement with Canada. So again, depending on the size and scope of the emergency, we could get, it's actually a sliding scale of reimbursement to get money back from Canada. So, for example, with the wildfires from 2014, we've just recently finished our audit of that claim and are receiving partial reimbursement for our expenditures from the 2014 wildfires. Those were funded on an emergency basis through the N.W.T, but we've been able to recover part of that funding from Canada. So it's multi-layer. The same thing happens with the communities. If their resources are exceeded, they can come to the territorial government. When our resources are exceeded, we can go to Canada. And that's the way the structure is set up. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just out of curiosity, what percentage of money is the department getting back that was spent in that 2014 fire season?
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Member, for your question. That 2014, I'd have to get back to you on the amount that was returned back to the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife. Okay. Are there any further questions under public safety? If no further questions under public safety, please go to page 333. Municipal and Community Affairs Public Safety Operation Expenditure Summary 2020-2021 main estimates, $2,839,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. We will now move to page 337, Regional Operations, starting on page 336 with information items up to 340. Questions? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can someone tell me what the municipal funding gap currently is?
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's approximately $40 million a year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And can I just commit that with our mandate commitment of reducing the municipal funding gap by $5 million, that in 3.5 years it will be at $35 million a year approximately? Is that correct?
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, that is correct. But I want to elaborate a little bit that we are trying to work with the municipalities and trying to look for other sources of funding where they can look at that funding gap and find resources for their services. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I appreciate we should be working with our communities to find other sources. Get money from the feds is the slogan around here. I guess, can I then confirm if we find, well, I guess I want to confirm, are we going to, if it's approximately 40 and it's going to be approximately 35, and we know that the gap actually increases with inflation and it increases with devaluing of assets, are we going to be spending more than $5 million in the life of this assembly to reduce the municipal funding gap?
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to elaborate a little bit on the municipal gap. I had to get the briefings and I had to understand where this municipal gap came from. I just want to really express that it wasn't just that had happened one year that $40 million, all of the communities were cut. It was a number that was developed through a report in a study that was done for the Northwest Territories. And since the report has been distributed, we have not cut back within our communities. The budgets have still stayed and remained the same. The communities have not been cut back as long as the announcement has been made. But I am going to let Ms. Young elaborate on this topic. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Ms. Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the point the Minister or the MLA is making is exactly what we saw in the last Assembly, where despite an investment of $11 million, the gap did grow. And so part of the plan, we have the mandate item as identified, but there is an opportunity each year to come forward through the forced growth process to deal with the inflationary increases, and that would be the intent, so that you don't lose any pace with that $5 million. It would be the goal, so that the $5 million is a net deduction in the gap is our goal. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I appreciate that. That's exactly the answer I was looking for. I've tried to ask this a couple times, and I think that clarifies it. And I'm very happy to hear that, that we will actually, because we will make a dent in it. Thank you, Madam Chair. No further questions.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Are there any other questions under regional operations? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is it reasonable to assume that municipal gap, funding gap, will decrease over time, considering the age of some of the infrastructure in the communities? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's built into the calculations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I assume that the department is working with the communities to identify some areas where they can raise money. I'm just wondering if you have any idea what those areas may be. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking at working with the communities, and I wanted to just mention land transfer, but it's a very difficult process for the communities to gain that responsibility. It's very there's a lot of other situations that come along with it. And in looking at the grant in lieu that we do have, and looking at the federal funding as well, that we do support the communities in with their application process and trying for them to receive additional funding. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just looking at community government funding and formula funding. Has the department reviewed the formula funding in the last while to confirm it's, I guess, equitable and it works for all the communities? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will just revert this question over to Miss Young. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Ms. Young?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that was exactly the work that was done in 2014, was to go out and take a look at our funding formulas and ensure that they were fair and equitable across all communities. And that work was what resulted in the funding gap numbers that we have been discussing now for the last few years. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just going over to the, I guess, to recreation and the sports programming. I see we spend a few dollars in that. I'm just wondering if the money we're spending is actually providing any benefit or some benefit to supporting youth and helping them keep in shape and whatever else they have to do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm just going to see, is that, just to clarify, that would be under sports and recreation, so that is the last section of the MACA. The sports and recreation is our last on the 5th, and that's the 7th section. No. Did you have further questions on regional operations? Member for Hay River South.
Just to clarify, we're on regional operations?
Operations. Okay. Sorry. I thought you were asking about there's a whole section of sports and recreation. So I will give you some time on the clock. Could you re-ask your question?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, the funds that we're providing for recreation funding to children and youth and the programming, is the money we're spending, are we getting value, I guess, for those dollars? Because for me, recreation and sports is very important. Yeah, I think it helps develop youth, and I just want to make sure that we're either providing enough funding and we're getting the value for what we are providing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to just elaborate a little bit that the binder kind of seems a little bit confusing, that these are regional operations, so we do operate we do provide these programs at the community level, and then as you go forward into the sport and recreation, those are programs, funding that we provide for organizations to deliver sport and recreation. But anyways, I just wanted to list this off, that we have the recreation funding. This is for the smaller communities, and the Children and Youth Resilience Program, regional youth sports events, and youth contribution programs, and the Youth Corps. That would be at the community level. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, I'm just going to go to the, and hopefully this is the right section, Senior Citizen Disabled Persons Property Tax Relief.
It is right.
I see we got an increase of from 847 up to 1005. And can you just elaborate on that increase? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member for Hay River. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There was an increase there, and it was due to the amount of applications we did receive for the Seniors Tax and Disability Relief Program. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to access that program, what's the age requirement?
Thank you, member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The age requirement is 65. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If there's a husband and wife, and one is 65 and the other's not, can they still access that program? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would have to get back to the member. I just want to be specific and clear that if there's a husband and wife and the property taxes is under the husband's name or the wife's name or both, that makes a difference. If it's under just the one, then I'd have to get clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, because that question has come up before, and what happens is that one spouse has to, sell the property to the other to access that, and myself, I don't think that's right, so I look forward to your answer. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I will return with comments for the member for clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. We will take a break right now. We are calling committee back to order. And we are on activity regional operations. We finished with Hay River South. Are there questions on regional operations? Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm wondering for the sports activities that are located under other contributions, can the minister advise how much or what percentage of that funding goes to planning versus the actual activities and events? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Cam Lake. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to have Eleanor, Ms. Young respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Ms. Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All of the programs you see there are actually contribution programs.
Okay.
The administration of those programs is done by our staff, which is funded up in the staff component. So this is the actual dollars of the program that are delivered. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. That's excellent news. I'm wondering if the minister can speak to the Children and Youth Resiliency Program that is outlined on page 338. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Hi, just a second. Or thank you, Madam. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. MACA provides $450,000 in annual contributions to community governments or other organizations to support programs that encourage physical literacy and resilience in children and youth. This program also supports GNWT objectives related to healthy communities, anti-poverty, mental health, and addictions in education. The Children and Youth Resiliency Program helps support and develop the physical activity on mental health resilience amongst N.W.T children and youth. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. How many communities currently take advantage or are included in that program? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 29 is the number. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, Minister. Member.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I heard the number 29. So why are the other 4 communities not involved in this program? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is application-based. The other communities did not apply. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if, because these are application-based programs, does MACA maintain a database of different applications that communities have put in that communities could potentially draw from so that they're not starting from scratch or they're not trying to reinvent the wheel of a program that's working really well for another neighboring community? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do not share, but if the applicant would like to work towards a program, we are there to support and see them through the application. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Is the minister willing to create access to this information or a kind of a database, even on their website, of different programs that communities are putting together so that communities are able to work together to take advantage of this funding? Because a lot of times there is a need for capacity to be able to not only put these programs on, but also do the work for the grants that need to be done in order to get the funding. And so if we have that information readily available for programs that are working, then it takes a lot of that work away from communities having to put that work in to get the money. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the member for that suggestion. I would like to put that information together of what MACA has supported and looking at the interest throughout the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any other questions under regional operations? Seeing no further questions, please Look on page 337, Municipal and Community Affairs, Regional Operations Expenditure Summary, 2020-2021 main estimates, $96,577,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. We will now turn to Municipal and Community Affairs, School of Community Governance, starting on page 341 with information items up to page 344. Questions? Questions on Community School of Community Government? Nope. Seeing no further questions. Oh, member for Cam Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Frame Lake, but what will be the role of the School of Community Government with regard to implementation of access to information as protection of privacy legislation at the municipal level? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to revert this question over to Ms. Young. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Ms. Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this hasn't been defined yet because we actually have our first working group meeting with our stakeholder group in April, at the end of April. Part of the role of that working group is to map out what implementation of access to information will look like for community governments, including identifying training needs. Once that's identified, then we'll be able to be more clear and succinct about what exactly the school's role will be in terms of delivery of training to support this. But we do not have a definitive answer to that as of yet. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Okay, so I take what the Deputy Minister said, and maybe my next question might be a little bit speculative, but presumably, though, the School of Community Government would have some role to play, or LGANT or somebody in terms of, local community governments administrator, so the Northwest Territories. Presumably they're going to have some role to play in making sure that there's training modules or seminars or workshops available so that staff are going to know how to do access to information in the future. And if there's additional resources needed, that might come in the form of a supplementary appropriation. Does that seem like a logical approach? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The approach we will have a collaborative approach, but ultimately the decision lies with the Department of Justice going forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Actually, it doesn't lie with the Department of Justice. That yes, they will. The regulation will determine how it's going to roll out, but MACA needs to be there to support the communities. And if that requires additional resources on MACA's part through the School of Community Government or whatever the other tools are, that's a MACA responsibility. And I think MACA should be prepared to step up to the plate. And as I understand it, they've already started that work. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My apologies to the member. I did not answer the question correctly. I will revert this question over to Ms. Young. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Ms. Young.
I think I'm tired.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just the only reason I'm cautious around this is the Department of Justice does have a role in training as well, and without having how much of a role they will play in training on the community government side, I can't say whether additional resources would be needed to deliver training through the school or not, and that's the only reason for my hesitation to say exactly what that might look like. But agreed, there will be training required. Just how and when it will be delivered to be determined. So thanks for the clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So can I get a commitment out of the minister that I think we got it from previous ministers that whatever the plan is, it's going to be shared with standing committee so that standing committee can see how what the proposed rollout is going to look like. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Madam Chair, yes, I'm committed to providing the information to Standing Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any further questions under School of Community Government? Seeing that there are no further questions under School of Community Government, please look to page 342. Municipal and Community Affairs, School of Community Government, Operations Expenditure Summary 2020-2021, main estimates, $2,933,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. We will now turn to page 345, which is Sports, Recreation, and Youth Activity. Questions? Any questions? Seeing, member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I have a question about funding from the Department for the Arctic Winter Games. So the money that was allocated to the games that didn't take place, how much of a surplus is that going to generate in the department? Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I didn't. I just had to. I didn't hear the question, but then it was to do with Arctic Winter Games of how much money we've generated due to the cancellation. Okay, we haven't determined those numbers yet because we've just cancelled it. I think it was on Monday we made the official announcement. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Any questions? Member for N.W.T.
On 348, in our communities, our volunteers, I think we should be doing a little bit more recognition in regards to that because we are burning out volunteers and it's getting harder and harder to get volunteers. So I think what we should be looking at with the Department of Sport and Recreation, that we start doing a little bit more like a feast in the community every year in regards to appreciation and stuff like that for volunteers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to elaborate a little bit on the volunteer recognition that MACA does provide money to recognize volunteers. It's applied through application, and we've only received 8 last year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'm going to elaborate a little bit more on the volunteers that we do have, the recognition that they do get, or sometimes they don't. We have so many different people that volunteer at the time in the communities. Is there any, like we used to have awards every year, something like that? Does the department still do stuff like that in recognition of that? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. Minister.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, that is award recognition. It is advertised for community governments to put their name forward or to recognize volunteers within their community, and they're encouraged to put forward an application, and money is provided to them. It's $1,000 per reward, per award. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, just in regards to our sport and recreation, I think with all the athletes that did not go to the Arctic Winter Games, I think I was going to bring this up maybe with maybe the recreation department in each community that could take pictures of the athletes that were supposed to go with their uniform, that they could make their book. Every time you went to Arctic Winter Games, you got a book with just the pictures of the team and stuff like that, Team N.W.T, a little bit of pride, right? So I think something like that should be done instead of just saying, oh, keep your jackets and that. All the hard work they put into it for the whole year, it's nobody's fault how this, with this COVID-19 happened and stuff. It's just safety for the people. But what we got to do is just get a little, when everything is over, maybe sometime we could, before we could do something like that for the athletes and for the and the coaches and all the staff that took part in this, and make a little bit of a pride out of it also. Thank you, Madam Chair. What are your thoughts?
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just asking the my department how many athletes that we had sent out for the Arctic Winter Games that were supposedly be going to Whitehorse. But I do appreciate the member's comment, and I will be looking at a celebration like that, a model like that, and I'm open to further discussion from the other members to recognize our athletes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Let's see, Madam Chair, just to follow up a little bit more with my colleague from Illinois Center, questions on for a surplus. Does so since the games are cancelled, would any surpluses go back in the consolidated revenue fund or go back into youth programs?
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The money that would be received back from the Arctic Winter Games would go back into the Lotteries Fund. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Physical Activity, Sport and Recreation Fund.
Madam Chair, nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further questions under Sports, Recreation and Youth? Seeing none, we will move to page 346. Municipal and Community Affairs, Sports, Recreation and Youth Operation Expenditure Summary 2020-2021. Main estimates $5,507,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. Municipal and Community Affairs, Sports and Recreation. Oh, sorry. Turn now to Department Summary found on page 317. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Madam Chair. I move that this committee defer further consideration of the estimates for the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs at this time. Thank you.
The motion is being distributed. Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, you may escort the witnesses out of the chamber. The motion is in order. To the motion, question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Madam Chair, I move that the chair rise and report progress.
There's a motion on the floor to report progress. The motion is in order and non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress.
May I have the report of Committee of the Whole, member for Twin Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering table document 30-19 brackets 2 2020-2021 main estimates, and I would like to report progress with 2 motions adopted. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Member for Toonaday-Whittleday. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion's carried. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Orders of the day for Friday, March 13th, 2020, 1:30 p.m. 10 a.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, recognition of visitors in the gallery, acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to commissioner's address, petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motion, motions, notices of motion for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, Bill 3-19-2, consideration and committee of the whole of bills and other matters, table document 30-19-2, table document 43-19-2, report of committee of the whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Friday, March 13th, 2020 at 10 a.m.
Order.